Alright. I'm here. We're live. Oh, man. It's been what, like 3 weeks? More than 3 weeks. Your boy's been sick. As the title suggests, I got sinusitis. But it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Just a bit of pain. You guys have been through worse. Don't want to complain. Just want to stream and make some gains. And I apologize in advance because there's going to be a lot of sniffing. Because I've been producing like a fucking ton of mucus. Let me change the nickname real quick. I went through an identity crisis as well. Alright. And I know that I said that I was gonna make an announcement, but I wasn't, man. Honestly, I've been just not feeling like doing anything for 3 weeks. I've just been in bed, just suffering. So yeah, for anyone watching, because I know there's gonna be people replaying this, that's what happened. Drinking me some tea. Some herbal tea, finna play some Insurgency. So yeah, I'll just probably just yap for 1 or 2 hours, and because I'm just so tired, honestly. I drained. Forgot how to start a stream. So yeah, man, I'm just, I guess I am just exactly like what I described in my video, so at least I was being honest. I'm like the father who goes out to buy ciggies and doesn't come back. Gotta make a promise, and I made a promise 3 weeks ago, and I didn't keep it because I was just so sick. And I didn't make any announcements because I didn't want to harass you guys with none of this bullshit, because no one really cares. And I lost 20 subscribers, and I was like, man, you know what, I'm just gonna chill for a while and just not touch the channel, because obviously people are getting annoyed, I guess, by the streaming. And then I regained the 20, and I gained 30 more or something. And I didn't even look at the channel for like friggin' forever. Let me just, yeah. I am back. I didn't even play any games. I was just so miserable. So again, sorry for the sniffing. It's just been an absolute torture. I've never had this happen to this extent. And I apologize for the graphic language, but when the boogers, I've never had boogers this thick that just get stuck. They're like a unconscious paratrooper that gets stuck in a tree and just hangs in there forever. They just don't want to detach. They just hang at the back of your throat and make you sick. And I've been swallowing 20 kilos of mucus every day and coughing, and then it moved down into my lungs. Good evening, brother. Just explaining about sinusitis and getting a cold. now that my boogers moved into my, I guess they moved down, and then I got a lung infection, and I just was not able to talk. I would just choke on my own mucus. It was disgusting. It was the most I've never had this in my life. I go outside for like 30 minutes to go to the store to get something to eat, and I come back and I inhale all this cold air. No, I didn't. I'm never giving up on streaming. I did for... My numbers did start to go down because I was harassing. I guess I was uploading. I was streaming too much and I lost 20 people, and then I regained everyone in plus 30. So the channel's been doing pretty fine, even without the uploads, which I was pretty surprised. I was like, you know what, I'm just not gonna touch the channel. I need a break. I'm sick. And I'm the kind of guy who only does things when he feels like it, which I tried setting a goal to upload at least once a week or stream at least once a week, but that's not how it works. And when you don't feel like it, people can tell, and it's... I mean, it's not stress, it's just that I literally physically could not speak. My voice was just... And that's, as a streamer, that's your most important thing, is your voice. And it would have been just constantly, it would have been just blowing my... Half the stream would just be me blowing my nose. It was wild, man. My teeth hurt. My eyes felt like they were gonna pop out of my sockets. My eyebrows hurt, and I was... It was just like a draft beer tap. My nose was running so much, and then this dark orange stuff was coming out. It was just wild, and I felt like death, and didn't feel like streaming because I didn't want this negative energy to rub off on you guys. Honestly, I don't know how streaming can be considered a job, but my other job, I had to kind of give that up. I just couldn't do anything. So yeah, but I didn't feel like making a video on it. Oh, you know what? I think I'm just gonna start making videos on topics that I feel like making, regardless, because these are the most I realized something. I realized that I wasn't being authentic enough, that I was farming for views and shit. Yeah, there was a moment where I felt like the world was just devoid of God, that everything was random and chaotic, and that we were just apes spinning on a rock. And then I realized how stupid and retarded that sounded, and I felt like even worse for thinking that. But I do be like this sometimes. Sometimes when you're sick and the bad thoughts come in, you just know that the feelings and the feelings will pass. But man, I swear, I became dumb, even dumber than I am, and I literally couldn't team kill. Amazing. I literally couldn't think thoughts. That's how stupid I got from getting sick. And I'm not gonna fall for the stupid, oh, this is some kind of mutated Rona. It was just like some weird sinusitis, and then a cold, and then it moves into your lungs, and then it's like death. You can't breathe, coughing all the time, sniffing, blowing your nose. It was just 100 kilos of mucus. But yeah, I'm glad to see that I haven't lost the flow of yapping and the gift of yapping. Apparently, I also lost my my game skills. I'll come back. It's like muscle memory. Two people are, I guess, upset with me. I made one a promise that we were gonna drink together on stream. and I realized that I didn't want to drink on stream because I would do something stupid or say something stupid. And I just, when I drink, I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to kind of retreat and do nothing and just listen to music and get inside my head too much. And that's not good. That's not good for other people. No, I quit. What is it? I quit. I stopped counting. It's been like August, September, November. It's soon gonna be 5 months, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be 5 months in 2 weeks. Maybe, yeah. I can't do that anymore. I can't drink the way I used to drink. I'll still, I made videos where I admitted that I still drink on occasion. When there's family gatherings, like I'll drink a couple of drinks, but I'll never get buzzed. It's just, I did get buzzed at one time, but it's just not the same. My body, I feel like my body is just old, and I've been drinking for like almost 15 years, and it's just not the same. It's not the same anymore. It's not something that you should. I think it's something that's nice to do with, instead of drinking cheap shit every day, buy yourself something nice, something expensive, and like enjoy it and make it look good and make you feel good every once in a while, like a treat. I mean, drinking for 15 years couldn't kill me, so I reckon shit's not gonna kill me if I do it like once every other month. It's the kind of culture of drinking that cultures that used to drink developed. Kind of like the Irish, the Scottish, the Russians. I think they went through the period in their culture where they were drinking like savages, and now they make it look good. They have a culture and they have rules and all that shit. And when I watch him in videos, and I've been getting these recommendations for old pubs in Ireland and Scotland, and man, they make it look so. They don't go there for the drinking. They'll drink like a few pints, but they make it. They go there for the ambience, the environment, the camaraderie. They go there for their friends, and they make it look very classy. They dress up, and they don't get smashed, and they have rules, and they'll have a procedure and all that shit, and make it look super classy. And that's just kind of, I guess that's what happens when you get old. You're just kind of like, I gotta slow down. Yeah. And the other person, I guess I was a bit, maybe I came off as a bit rude or abrasive. And she knows who she is. And I wasn't trying to be rude. But I do be coming across like that sometimes. So yeah, that's the explanation. And I'm still like, even 2.5 weeks or whatever it is later. I still get like occasional sinus pain and mucus, and it's hard to fall asleep. Like I'll spend 30 minutes trying to swallow a booger and it won't give up. I'm not complaining. People be getting cancer and shit. But it just sucks. I never had anything like that happen. I actually wanted to I wanted to make some video reviews or some shorts and laugh at some shit, but I still haven't gotten around to figuring out how to include desktop sound without it looping endlessly, because I remember doing it once and it just looped and looped. I don't get sick often, thankfully. It's usually from stress. I'm not sleeping when it shows up. It's a combination of things for me when I get sick. But I don't get sick often. Even when I was drinking, I wasn't getting sick, even in winter. But yeah, I was like, you know, that's the perfect time to take a little break, because you don't want to harass people with. And I was doing what I was doing, 3-hour, 5-hour streams. What was I doing? I haven't even looked at my stuff, because it's wild. 4 hours, 5 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours. Nuts. Yeah. More people are showing up. I guess I'll stay for a couple hours. I thought right before I started streaming I was kind of getting a little tired, but I got energy now for whatever reason. Nothing interesting happened in those weeks. Besides, apparently my country is my country's falling apart, but no one gives a shit about that. It's just some wild shit. I didn't even pay attention to that. Like I'll be on YouTube. I'll either be on YouTube or in a game. I don't even go on YouTube. I'm just too lazy to even type the name of a website, a news website, to look at some news. Fucking lazy. I don't even know how I managed to not be bored out of my skull. It'll be YouTube slop. It'll be games, although games, the amount of hours I spend in games has been decreasing and decreasing and decreasing with the years. Like last 2 weeks I only played for barely 7.5, barely 8 hours. I usually play 20 over 2 weeks. I haven't been playing. Yeah. I just been in such a, I guess a void would be the right way to describe it. It's got nothing to do with it's not seasonal depression. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just some kind of, I'll go through these waves of ups and then nothingness with everything I do. I'll make videos like I'll get really into making videos, I'll stop for a long time. Then I'll get really into streaming, I'll stop. I get really into a game, I'll stop. Like I get depleted very quickly. And persistence has been extremely difficult, an extremely difficult thing. And everyone suffers, but normal people have healthy ways to cope with it, I think. Yeah, exactly. You need something to do to defeat it to start. It's like you're lacking. I don't want to oversimplify it, like it's a chemical thing in the brain. Like it's not chemical. It's more like maybe it's a receptor thing in the brain. Like your receptors don't work, or your environment and the shit you eat and drink destroys you physically and chemically. Like me with the drinking, that thing destroys your testosterone as a dude. And it's also, especially with beer, it's like it fills you up with estrogen. And you start, and I read a very interesting comment that the anxiety that you get when you've been drinking and you stop, that anxiety, that self-doubt, the negative thoughts, the cringy memories replaying in your head. Someone compared that to how a neurotic woman lives every single day. What that's like in her head. I was like, holy shit, when I drink too much and when I withdraw, I'm literally turning myself into a woman, into a neurotic chick. And it's so true. And the same thing can happen to some dudes with weed and probably other stuff. You just become neurotic. Yes, we become too comfortable, too static, no adversity, nothing to, like, nothing to keep you fighting. And you become, your skin gets too thin. Like I saw some dude, and I forget who that was. It was some video was recommended to me on YouTube about some German professor, was it, or Austrian? I forget. He was talking about how in the concentration camps in World War II, no one was depressed. There was no depression, and people were actually less willing to self-delete than in civilian life where nothing was happening. And I found that to be like, it makes sense. They had something to overcome, and when you got nothing to overcome, I guess you start creating problems in your head out of thin air. Like this neuroticism thing, and I've mentioned it to my relatives, you know, and they lived in those times where they don't, like, it's almost like they don't, not that they don't believe it exists, but they just kind of dismiss anxiety and panic attacks. It's almost like no one is ever in the 70s and in the 80s during socialism in East Europe, like no one got panic attacks. And it's not that they didn't recognize it when it was happening. They just refuse. They don't understand it almost. In my family especially. Yeah, because you're not even in the pyramid of needs. You're not even on the first step. You're like buried underneath the pyramid. You're too busy thinking. You're too busy thinking about how your stomach is committing, how your stomach is eating itself. And it's usually people who've got no adversity and nothing really actually bad going on to kind of push them so they can push back. They don't have, I don't know what it is, you just become too comfortable. Like I'm too comfortable to just go on outside. Going to the store feels like you're the range for what you consider uncomfortable just becomes larger and larger as you spend more time at home. Man, and people have to suffer every day despite, like, I can't imagine how my parents go to work when they're sick. They still have to go to work, like super sick with a fever and everything, and they have to stand up in front of people, and it's just, I'm like, I get sick and I'm like, I can't even get out of bed. And it's like they have to do it. They don't want to do it, but they have no choice. And that's the thing that kills me, is I have choice, and that's what kills other people too. Like these other YouTubers that I'm watching that have the same theme of problem, all seem to be living, you would say, their basic needs are secured. They'll have a roof, they'll have supportive parents, etc. So it's almost like they either got castrated or they castrated themselves in their childhood and didn't have to leave the room and develop the. And I've had a few moments where I've had epiphanies where I had to go through, especially with the anxiety stuff and being insecure about things. Especially for an anxious person, the exposure thing really works. At least for me, it really works. You just go through something that challenges you, something that you really fear, and then it goes away, and they almost kind of become addicted to it, to doing it. Like people who are afraid of roller coasters, and then they go there once, and then the second time around they're addicted, and they want to do it over and over and over again because now it's a high. It's the same thing. The anxious brain works in a really interesting way. It's like you're so proud that you conquered the fear that now you're like, I want to do it again. You realize it wasn't scary to begin with, and then, like, especially being edgy and defensive in your youth to hide the anxiety, and then you're like, I was being edgy over nothing, and then you relax, and then it's too late. Your youth is gone. I don't know. I think us as dudes, at least, we always need to be hunting something, fighting something. I think I'm most creative when I'm miserable. When I have some kind of struggle, I'm like, it sucks, obviously, but my stimulant, my brain is bathed in stimulants, and I'm creative. And when I'm comfortable, I get too complacent and I become boring and moody. I guess that's all it was. But yeah, it was, I don't know. I can't think of a specific example of something that pushes you over the edge, that makes you make a move. But that's, for me, for someone with no engine, you need something to push. Yeah, at least for me, speaking from experience. I don't move otherwise. Too complacent. And I think parents and friends, or your ambiance, the people around you, everyone plays a role. And when no one, and I think, and that's a controversial opinion, but I think that's why bullying, or teasing at least, can be important and helpful. Like when you get bullied and you, or at least someone points out a flaw, and it kind of, it pisses you off initially, and then you're like, shit, they're right. Maybe I've been doing this. Maybe I have to pull myself together. That's, I mean, yeah, you could go there. I mean, the number one reason for young people, the number one killer of young people in the developed world is self-deletion. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think it was till the ages of 25 for men. It's like self-deletion. Scary shit. The number one killer of young dudes and girls. But most of them are dudes. Overwhelmingly. I never thought I'm gonna have a really difficult time connecting with people on YouTube because I have a peculiarly damaged perspective on the GF thing. I haven't looked into the kind of person who does that because they have the no GF. I would never do that for anyone. I wouldn't do it, period. Partly because I don't know what, I'm still like kind of, I'm not an atheist, and I'm not super, I don't believe with 100% conviction, but I just don't know what happens after you die. Who knows, man? Like, imagine you do it. In the grand scheme of things, you end up saving, like maybe you would have died in a car crash like 10 years later, and you just end up destroying your soul to end the game 10 years later, 10 years earlier, and then you're like, you have to go through some Buddhist torture. I've read about the Buddhist hells and all the different kind of hells that the religions have. And it's not the eternal idea of it. It's more like the disappointment. You know, okay, so you delete your physical being, and then it's like on the other side there's just disappointment. Even if you don't get punishment for it, it's just like, so we gave you this, you were given the gift of life, and you just decided to bitch out. And I can't do it. I don't know. No, you could say drinking is bitching out, kind of. And that actually a lot of people end up committing long self-deletions with junk food, with cigarettes, with drugs, with alcohol, with stupid things like jumping out of planes. And I mean, and then I don't know. I haven't read. I just rely on my instincts. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to find that truth, because there's like you ask 1,000 people and you get 1,000 truths, and I just never bothered with it. I didn't want to influence my brain with other people's ideas. Yeah. All religions are man-made. We just don't know how to. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. There's some I'm willing to listen to any theory. I'm willing to listen to anything. Like aliens, alien theory, some goofy stuff. I just don't know. And frankly, I don't know, man. I think chat got bugged or something. Let me see. Oh, top chat, live chat. I'm such an idiot. That's what happens when you don't stream. You forget to click live chat instead of top chat. And I didn't see your last message. Like, I could see it in game, but I didn't see it on my second monitor. I mean, yeah, but cope. It's good to have a healthy cope. I'm not against coping. I've been coping with drinking. I've been coping with video games. I've been coping with self-entertainment. I've been coping with stupid music. It ain't all that bad. There's this very beautiful movie made by Brazilians on this topic that I really like recommending. It's called Astral City, A Spiritual Journey, I think. And it's about this doctor who's super gluttonous. He eats and he drinks, and he's very cynical. He's very arrogant, and he treats his patients with like almost this disdain. And then I forgot, and if someone wants to rewatch, man, screw it. I'll spoil it. If you don't want to hear the spoilers and you're watching this video later, skip now. He dies because like something ruptures inside of him from eating all the slop, and he ends up in I don't know if it's limbo or it's a dark space where there's both demonic creatures and also like angelic creatures come to rescue souls from time to time. And he just in a fetal position, just listening to the screeching and watching these demonic beings surround him, and he starts praying like, please God, please save my soul, please save my soul, I'm sorry, please forgive me. And then I think it was Saint Peter comes down and saves him and takes him to Astral City, and that's the place where souls go to like recuperate and shit. And then he learns that he ended up in limbo because he was considered a self-deleter because of his lifestyle, and he was given an opportunity to heal other souls, to help heal other souls, and he was gaming Reddit karma for every person he helped. And he actually got to read like messages that other people left him during his life, like how people prayed for him after he died. Like the one lady that he was very rude to, one of his patients, she prayed for his soul and shit, and he was looking at this and just regretting being a piece of shit. And then it was like a goofy idea about reincarnation and shit, and how, oh, you know, we've accumulated all these good deeds, hopefully we'll get like enough Reddit karma to reincarnate into a good life, and then they get reincarnated and all that. I think it was a nice Redditor movie. It was a nice wholesome, make you feel good type thing, and that movie's really stuck with me because I kind of have an idea that I believe in the all forgiving. That's my instinct. Yeah, there's a ultimate forgiveness. Like, even if you died some kind of zesty sinner, like a fucking serial killer, you will probably squirm a bit, you'll probably get tortured a bit, and then you will repent, and then your soul will be saved. And then there's a lot of other goofy shit that, like, especially coming from, and this is mostly I've heard it from women, when they when something bad happens to someone and they blame the victim, like, oh, they did something nasty in a past life to get that, or they signed a contract. We all sign a contract to come here on this planet, and we chose this. Kind of like, I chose to be blind, I chose to be in a wheelchair, I chose to be born without legs and arms. And it's kind of, there's many like super schizo channels that you can watch about the near-death experience, that people have like the same general story when they have a near-death experience, and they describe that. They go through a life review of what they did, and they get to experience the pain and the joy of every other person that they have caused. And based on that shit, and based on what kind of lessons they choose for themselves in the next life, they're kind of like, and it can be super. And there's obviously like a lot of counter arguments, like, why would a baby choose to be born just to die in like the first 5 minutes? And imagine if eternal recurrence is not a metaphor by Nietzsche, but like a real thing. Like, you die and the universe speeds up, you know, and you're reborn into the same life as a baby, and you die 5 minutes into your birth. I was cracking up thinking about that. And then it's like, oh, you know, it's not a lesson for the baby sacrificed itself, the soul sacrificed itself, it's a lesson for the parents, yada yada. And it's just like, everyone has their own unique explanation. And there was also this theory that you make your own hell. Like, if you don't believe in that shit, it doesn't happen to you. If you believe in it, it happens, yada yada. So I'm kind of stuck between thinking, especially as an anxious person, you're born with a massive handicap. Like, I believe in the torture thing, that the torture thing might happen. And sometimes I regret things that I've said or done, and I'm like, ah, shit, imagine the debt that I owe now. But yeah, sorry for that non-religious rant. It's kind of interesting. I guess it's a human thing to think about these things. I envy people who are super convinced, like, this is how it is, and they are like 100% convinced. Like, I think it takes either a genius or a brain dead person to be this convinced. And those midwits are stuck in the middle, just doubting. That's a very interesting question. I did actually have that in an original video. I think I might upload it. I keep all the original videos now, and I have some funny shit, man. Like, sorry for this, going a bit off topic, but like the one time I was trying to record, it was the I Will Be Tempted video, where I was talking about, oh, it's coming, this stuff. I think it was the first time in 3 months where there was gonna be a family gathering, and I was gonna drink, and I was trying to record, and I just started recording, and this dude starts playing these beats at a nearby open air theater concert area, whatever. And every time I would start, he would start with the beats. He was testing his he was testing his DJ setup, and I swear, like, every time I pause for 2 seconds, and he would stop, and then I would start again, and he would start again. Like, I have shit like that. I keep the original videos. But anyway, in that video, I started yapping about how I promised myself that when I stopped drinking, that I would believe in God. That I felt I was just overcome with these chemicals. That I was grateful. I was grateful that I was gonna start believing. And then, I don't know. But did religion help me stop? No. Where have you been? I've been sick. I've been sick with sinusitis, and then some weird lung thing, and I didn't go to the doctors because I hate the doctors because they don't care. My primary care doctor is like, she's super cool, but she's like a female. She's like a cynical Dr. House, a female house, and unless I ask her for something specifically, she's not gonna bother doing any tests. She just does the heart, the EKG stuff, and she's like, "Ah, you're fine." I could be there with a brain tumor. I could be there with my eyeball popping out on my head, and she would be like, "Lay down," and she would just do the EKG. Like I could be there bleeding out of my mouth, and she's like, "We gotta do the annual EKG." That's all they care about. Paperwork done. Next. But I'm very grateful for her because she did take me seriously 10 years ago when I had a really serious problem, and I got referrals to like 10 doctors probably because I was convinced I had multiple sclerosis. And she was like, "Yep, sure, I'll give you a referral." She gave me a cardiology referral. She gave me a neurologist referral. She gave me I think I had pretty much every blood test done back then. And it was because I was paying. I had health insurance, so everything was fine. Didn't have to pay for anything. I just had to pay. I had a contrast MRI, and I only had to pay for the dye that they inject into your veins to make the lesions pop out. If you have lesions, that's it. Pretty good. Pretty good healthcare, though. You have to be like super specific, man. And the funniest thing is that the neurologist didn't know about panic attacks and agoraphobia and all that shit. I was just explaining things, and he was just like staring at me like. But he did take, like, he listened to me for like 30 minutes explaining my weird shit. And what the fuck is wrong with this kid? This is like spiritual welfare. They have nowhere left to them, so they jump into a place of worship. I mean, yeah, it's also like people who live in like super awful conditions, they'll turn to God because they got nothing else. And the affluent people, like those pesky Scandinavians, they'll turn away from God because they're too good now. They're too comfy. And then you have interesting countries like the US that are both like they have wealth, but they're both religious at the same time. And Israel probably. I don't know about Israel though. So yeah, that's pretty cool how things work. I haven't read into that. I'm pretty like street stupid. I call myself street stupid. I'm not street smart. I'm street dumb, and I'm book dumb as well. Yeah. But it's good. I kind of almost envy people who can just join a tribe and then like really get into it, like a football team. And they'll start. But I think that's also something that's, you know, gets influenced, gets tattooed into you as a kid by like a father or an uncle or something. They're like really into a team, and they get you into the team. Same with family, they get you into a thing, or you go through something traumatic and then you're like, oh shit, I'm turning to God now. And when you're just a comfy boy, when you're just a comfy Pepe, you don't need support. You're not looking for help. When I get sick, I start looking for help. It's like, it's really weird how that happens. Like, if I hurt myself, if I get a stroke, you bet your ass I'm gonna be looking for help. But until then, I'm comfy, and I think this spills over into everything. If you're strong, if you're fine, then you don't need it. But there's also another aspect. I always felt like, yeah, man, if I was super lucky with a business or something, I got super giga mega rich, and I got a beautiful wifey who loved me and supported me, and then I'll be like, I would come from a place of overabundance of just gratitude, and I'll be like, hell yeah, because I've been given this beautiful life. Of course I cherish God. Of course I thank God, you know. It could also be this thing. And when things go wrong and you're like, fuck you, God. Yeah, I break the rules. I know I was gonna say I was gonna announce, but it almost feels like no one. Whoops! What are these people doing, man? I almost feel like no one. I don't even know how people. I don't have the viewer's perspective of how people see whenever you post something. Like whenever you make a post on YouTube, I don't know how people see, how subscribers see it. Is it like an annoying notification or something? And I'm not a big streamer, so people will just straight up not care. And then I got gangbanged. And then I'm not famous enough to where I've established, I'm gonna be streaming every Sunday at this and this hour, you know. I don't have a schedule like them professionals who make schedules and have normal brains enough to where they can show up every time. I felt like being a big streamer is such a fucking huge, would be such a massive pressure on you as well. Like millions of people, or not even millions, man, even 10,000 people waiting for you to make slop. Waiting for their daddy. You know what I mean? Streaming, do you consider streaming a chore? No. I think it's just like something that, well, you know, who am I? I've got like, what, 2 people, 3 people watching. Who am I to talk about this? I'm not a streamer. I'm sharing my screen. I'd consider myself a streamer when there's like, when I have at least, I guess, and I know it's stupid to look at the numbers, but man, like when you get at least 100 people watching, or maybe like a few hundred, then you're like, oh shit, that's a whole lecture hall. Then you're like, okay. And when you get a core viewership, because some people will get attracted to your goofy shit and they'll kind of get attached. It's a gradient. It's funny how the statistics work when I was watching what the videos explode. On my 2 biggest videos, I could just tell statistically, like, and I forgot the numbers, but it's something like every like 30 views I'll get a subscriber, every 50 views I'll get a like, etc. And you can predict, almost kind of with surgical precision, you can predict, like, people can be so can be such a statistic. It's almost like cold. It's almost like robotic. Plans for new videos. I'll have to get healthy. First I have to get my energy back because I'm just dead. But yeah, I'll be yapping about some, so far I've been yapping about my stupid experiences that no one cares about. And just being vulnerable. And I think that now I have this nice little backlog of just comfy, vulnerable videos. I'll be making some, just letting go and just making videos of whatever I feel like. And I'll probably be doing streams where I review shit. I'll be watching other YouTubers that I like in the similar niche, and I'll be roasting them. I won't be roasting them, but I'll be like glazing them and shit. I kind of always wanted to do that. Yeah, I actually don't drink. I don't drink energy drinks. I stopped drinking I haven't had coffee since the last stream, actually. It makes my head hurt nowadays. I'm getting old. I'm gonna need a pension soon. I'm sick, and I feel like the juices have been flowing pretty well this stream. It's almost 1 hour. It's been 1 hour. Might drive a truck later. Okay, separate account and subscribe so many creators in your niche in the most views and recreate them. Yeah, I know that's a thing. I'm familiar with with strategies. Thing is, people know when you do that shit. Then again, I'm not. Who am I to make my own? Who am I to think of myself as a trendsetter? You know, because I'm not big enough to. You have to be big enough to start making videos that other people want to copy. This far, I'm in the no one knows who I am stage. Like literally, no one cares. And I think it's because I haven't been real enough. The vulnerability is not there. It's not vulnerable enough. It's not relaxed enough. Like I saw how I think Snooks is streaming right now as well, and I seen his video and I was cracking up. Dude is like just like the. He's very angry. He plays video games, gets angry at him. You know, you get pissed off. He'll talk he'll be kind of abrasive with his viewers. Maybe it's well, they don't. He's not being serious with. I don't know what I was going with this point, but he's real. He's real is what I mean. He's more real than I am. He just lets it all out. I'm kind of still censoring myself because I'm not big enough. But I guess it's like he gets harassed by 100 people. I don't get harassed. I don't get roasted. I got thin skin. I'll probably start losing my temper as well. See how big channels react. I do the same. It works. Make separate vids. Come on, do a mixed. 2025 flew by. I mean, no, but it's just something. It's not something that I want to do because I can't. Because someone else has that idea, right? Someone else came up with that idea, and I don't care if it's just like the 6-7 meme where one dude makes a song and then another dude decides that it's to make compilations of basketball players with it, and then another dude finds out that he's being memed and he hops on the meme bandwagon, and then other dudes see it and they start emulating that one, and it goes down the hierarchy of influencers. I just don't want to do it because it doesn't feel authentic to me. It doesn't. If I talk about the same topic, I'm not gonna know anything about it. It's not gonna come from the heart. It's just gonna be. But I guess, and that's probably a huge error. It's like my starting logic is probably wrong, that people care about authenticity, because I think a lot of people just care about they watch YouTube for drama. But then again, I ask myself this question: do I want to attract the kind of people who likes drama? Because they're not very loyal and they're kind of toxic, and I don't want them. So that's why I probably stay away with. Oh yeah, I know I should be, but I'm not. I'm not that thick-skinned. Like, I take everything too personally. So. And these people will come, you know. Someone's gonna come and. Damn it. You alcoholic piece of shit, get a job. No one's gonna want you, never gonna do anything, you're never gonna go anywhere with this channel, you don't have what it takes, you ugly. Yeah, what I and assaulted many times. Damn. I was only teased for a couple days, and it was my fault. Yeah, I mean, you develop thick skin. I never developed it because I was never bullied. And then there's kids who get bullied and they never get over it. I don't know, man. It depends on temperament. I lived such a comfy and uneventful life that I don't have, like, I don't have good comebacks. I've never been, because I've never practiced wordplay fencing. I don't have witty retorts. My strength is just, I guess, like yapping, using them big words. YouTube comment sections or something else. You'll say a word and some genius will pop up and say, that's actually not the exact. They'll discredit your whole statement. They'll focus on the word. It's not the most optimal word in this case. And then disregard the point you're making, though they know instinctively what you wanted to say, but they just want to sound smart. With age and isolation, social skills go down. Yep. I've had a couple moments where, like I said, with the exposure thing, that really helps with anxiety. I've had dogs and cats. I am not an animal person, actually. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I think I see animals. Whoops! I took someone else's shit. I see pets and then animals. Like I enjoy, you know, petting. Obviously, every single time. Actually, I feed a lot of cats in the neighborhood. I take care of them, but I don't want them around me nonstop because it's a responsibility. It's a living creature, and they'll just suffer from neglect, and I don't want to put a living creature under that kind of suffering. I just want to enjoy them every once in a while. When I go outside and there's a dog or a cat, then I'll be just like, hey, buddy. But that's about it. That's about as far as my compassion with animals extends. I don't want them. That thing will want to poop, especially cats. Cats get poopy. They wipe their paws over everything. They scratch up your furniture. If you don't spay them, if you don't castrate them, they start meowing like crazy, especially the female cats. They piss everywhere. You more pet rock. I mean, I can't even keep. I wouldn't even be able to do that. I would just be like, I'll be looking at the rock. I've been staring at the same fucking rock for so long. I want it out. And then it's also because I think, and that's a funny thing, and I don't know if it's OCD or what is it, but I felt more compassion for inanimate objects than humans. Like I'll get sad if I go to like a public restroom, a public toilet, like at a train station or something, and there's this sad, beaten down toilet, and I would unironically just feel sad. I would feel massive sadness at the toilet because I would imagine that it has a soul and it's eating shit. Its job is to suffer and eat shit for 50 years in some fucking train station. I would get sad at like some stupid shit that I see. I would that's my mind spends basically 95% of my expensive DDR5 RAM in my head is just spent on this type of stupid. I mean, yeah, it's stupid. It's pretty fucking wild. I've felt sad about buildings. Like, I can't think. There's an example at the tip of my tongue that I'll see a piece of nature somewhere and I'll wonder if anyone has ever stepped in that specific spot in the last 50 years. If anyone's ever touched that brick ever since it was put there, you know what I mean? Like, this is the most insane retarded shit. I mean, I can understand why people get dogs, but I'll never feel that lonely to get like a dog just to something can love me unconditionally and shit. Like, I'm not fucking, that's sad, man. I understand it though. Like, well, yeah, that OCD shit. I'll feel objects sometimes. Yeah, it's the I'm not gonna get super terminological. I'm just gonna use my instincts and how I feel things. With one of the OCD traits that I have is like I think it's called a compulsion to move things until they feel right. Like there's a loop, there's a specific part of the brain that doesn't work in OCD people the way it's supposed to, and it never registers that an action has been completed. And this is why you have to do things until they feel right. And another one is feeling inanimate objects as if they're parts of your body. Like I can scratch my mouse and I can feel it as if it was part of my body. I'll do stupid shit like that. It's fucking part of having a super damaged brain. And I've been entertaining the idea of actually going to there's a very popular therapist, but I fucking hate shrinks and doctors and all kinds of goofy, because it doesn't. I just want to hear their thoughts and actually talk to someone who's qualified to just tell them my experiences. And my fear is that my shit isn't gonna be, that I'm not gonna get anything. Like it'll probably be something super goofy that doesn't exist on the internet. It's gonna be like some super specific, made up collective term for multiple things that are so vague that they make no sense. Like generalized isolation triggered asociality or something like that. It will be something so stupid that it's in a manual from 1978 that was only sold 10 copies, and the dude has one of those copies and he's diagnosing you off of that. I won't end up with like a schizoid, I won't end up with an OCD, I won't end up with an anxiety disorder, because I don't have social anxiety. I can talk to strangers just fine. I don't have them fears anymore. It's just now it's just bothersome when I have to do it. It's more like a chore. But it used to be real fucking anxiety. Like especially in high school, I just remember feeling fucking like I was always carrying a Sisyphean rock on my back. It was just weighing me down. Because I thought that expressing yourself was cringe, and I didn't want to talk, and I wasn't talking. And I thought I was such a cool anime character, though I wasn't watching any anime. Enough yapping. I love dogs. I have 2 Rottweilers. I don't know if you know the breed. They're huge and beautiful. You're gonna be please don't know. Yeah. You guys and your interesting. I don't know anything about dog breeds or car brands. I don't know anything about anything. Don't know what it's like to have interests. Oh man, everyone on my team is bronze. Play some Fortnite. I don't have Fortnite. I don't know how to play that. It's too fantastic. It's too fantasy for me. Now I got into it. I'm only into military simulators and maybe like racing or flight or truck simulator or something. I should use this streaming shit to get into some new games. But you gotta understand, I'm an old man now, and us retirees, we get set in our own ways. And we don't change. Like the grandpas who still limp to the local store to buy paper newspapers with coins. I'm not that kind of guy now. Damn. Chill. Whoa. You are not invited here. Yeah, I think after this match, I forgot what kind of games I have. I'm gonna play some trucks. I'm gonna drive somewhere in California, probably. Yeah, I'm glad I'm putting the hours in, because 3 weeks is a long time, and the streams help. They boost your channel. Oh man, I'm starting to get. Might have to move away from the mic to breathe, like the chocolate rain guy, Ted Zonday. I might have to move away from the mic to eat my own boogers, because I cannot blow them out. Most disgusting shit ever. Boogar eats his boogers. Where is this guy? Concurrent viewers keeps going from 0 to 2. Is my stream even on? Imagine if that thing disconnected. Is my streaming on? It says excellent connection, so it's fine. I'm probably sending data, yeah. Yeah. I only had it happen once, and it was a funny moment for my stream to get interrupted. And I think my schizophrenic brain thinks that it's because I was talking about my childhood, and I mentioned, and I'm ready to restart the stream in case in case I get filtered, because I think they probably have to have something in place, right, where AI scans the words you say in real time. I don't know if that's true, but I was talking about how when we were kids, before my stream got interrupted, that someone asked me when I got my first PC or whatever, and it was either 99 or 2000. And before that, people were rebranding their garages as internet cafes, and they would have like 10 computers in there, and kids from the hood would go there, and they would pay 50 cents for an hour, and we would just play Counter-Strike, and we would play Warcraft and Diablo and all that shit. And I said young kids, and my stream got cut off. Like literally immediately, and I was like, ah, shit. It's probably I'm going in the wrong direction. It's probably the Chris Hansen AI is. But it's probably not. They probably don't have it. But they gotta have something in check. I sometimes feel like they send bots that ask me weird questions. Like they'll come with a very like specific question about that involves either the deletion thing or what was the other one? Oh yeah. Age of consent shit. And I felt like it made my spidey senses tingle. I thought those were bots or maybe like YouTube staff or something. They check out new streamers to make sure you're following the guidelines. But I don't think... I can just imagine like 100,000 Indians employed to go into streams just to make sure. Oh, shit, man. I'm gonna get so much hate. Fuck. But honestly, that's the kind of thoughts I wanna yap. Behind every ChatGPT response is an Indian typing really fast. Yeah. Gotta find a way to hack Elon's account and make him say something about Dodge and having had bought Dodge beforehand. That's the way to make easy money. Hack a famous person and have them shill a shitcoin. Or make your own. Make your own shitcoin and pay influencers. Shit. I'll probably never make big money. I'll probably never make money. That's just how it is. We don't all have to be making money, you know. Someone's gotta... Someone has to sweep streets. Someone has to... Someone has to work their ass for OnlyFans. Can't all be geniuses and finance bros and AI developers. So funny. What would I be if I had money? I'd still be the same, I think. Just with more zest. Weaknesses of the flesh. And then you end up just snorting coke all day and drinking expensive whiskey and hanging with prostitutes. trying to think of something funny that I can do if I had enough money to get 10 hoes and have them do some funny shit. I'll probably just end up doing some boring shit. Like I'll have them wrestle each other. What would I do with 10 hoes? Not very imaginative right now. Make them read Mein Kampf out loud. Make them read Indian Facebook. How to get deplatformed 101. I'll just pay 10 prostitutes to watch me play Insurgency Sandstorm. That would be that would be some funny shit. Just spend an insane amount of money. Just pay the most expensive pay the most expensive sex workers. And just have them sit and watch something really boring and stupid. Just torture them for the whole night. Torture them for 24 hours. I imagine some wealthy autistic dude's probably done something like this. I enjoy the company of fine-looking women, and then he starts talking about his katana collection. Shit. He takes him to the anime den. Starts talking about his waifus. Shit, man, I'm so getting deplatformed. Fuck. I would do something stupid like this. I would do something Sacha Baron Cohen-esque. His funniest shit that I think, like his comedy is the things he does to other people. It gets him to say or do stupid shit. That's funny. But I think the most intellectual smirk that I've ever gotten from his stuff is the guy who plays Borat. Very nice. That's that guy, Sacha Baron Cohen. The funniest thing, I started getting into the lore of like what made him. I was interested in what makes someone genius like him. And he would just get really into his bits. Like he would spend an entire day chasing some famous person trying to get their, pretending to be an interviewer, trying to get their interview, and he would chase him and they would reject it. He would chase him, and then at the end of the night, they would say, "All right, what do you want to ask me?" And he would say, "I forgot." That's the kind of shit. That's the kind of stupid shit I like. Just to troll yourself so much, to get so much into it that I don't know, man. That was funny to me. To get so into it that you spend like an insane amount of. It's the doing. It's because it's the doing. It's not the saying. He doesn't say anything like profoundly funny. He just does. He just puts an insane amount of energy into doing shit, and then it's like 5% talking. That's what I like about it. He comes over prepared. Alright, I promised that once we were done with this round, I was gonna exit and chillax. Maybe play some trucks. Let's see what's happening. I didn't. Alright. Well, I haven't even looked at the analytics. 33, 8, pretty good. It's about what you would expect. YOUUU. Come on, dude. Oh, I hate this so much. What was it? I forgot my folders. It's like, where are my games at? No. Come on, I hate this. Time to go from point A to point B. And talk about nothing. What the fuck was I doing? When was that? When did I last play this shit? November 11th, dude. It's been a month. This truck has been parked on the highway for a month. No one's pulled me over. No one's done anything. Where am I going? Haha, Brownsville. I really gotta do some reviews. Make some AI slop. I wanna laugh. I wanna laugh, man. I want it to be fun. Fun for other people as well. These like, monotonous void streams are like, they're alright, I guess. But people want to de-stress, and I wanna de-stress and have a good time as well. And just talking about these heavy subjects, I've been told by other people who know me that, and some of my old high school buddies, that I can get into these deep topics and it doesn't affect me, and I can listen to other people's stuff, it doesn't affect me, and they're like, bro, that sounds depressing. Like, they get depressed when they when they listen to me talk, they just get depressed. And at the same time, I'm like, no, it's not that bad. It doesn't affect me. Yeah. Really gotta figure out a way to add the sound. Shit, I want to shit post so bad. I just want to go somewhere and leave retarded comments. I'm in the mood for shit posting, but that's not very YouTube friendly. There's so much stuff that's fun that's you just cannot do, and you're never gonna have a competitor to this site. You're never gonna have that. You're never gonna find. I think Rumble was one of those sites where you could upload videos. I don't know if you can stream. Twitch got its own rules. You have to be big before you go there first. It's like, I just don't know. I don't know where you have freedom. Like, it would be nice It's probably gonna be a Chinese. It's probably gonna be or some silly place that creates a platform that you can just talk about everything. Because there's so much stuff that, because I see this online in comments, and I see people's frustration, man, and sometimes it feels like that too. Like you're not allowed to have the wrong opinion for that platform, and it just sucks. I'm too small, and I have to watch what I say. Yeah. They'll give me, I guess, if I do something stupid, they'll give me a warning, and then I'll be like, alright, I'll learn the rules. Wait, I'll learn the rules through warnings. Shit. I think, yeah. So, I probably will not be streaming during the weekdays. And I'll try for this week's Saturday and Sunday, probably. Because people, like whenever I did the Friday streams, I don't even remember how many I did of them. People are doing other things on Friday, but I guess Saturday and Sunday is like more for home. People stay at home. I don't know what people do, man. I'm not a people. I've disabled all the rules for this game so that there's no speed limit. There's no fines if I drive by on a red. I just focus on getting from A to B without crashing too much. Maybe I should start the streams a little earlier. People be going to work tomorrow, and I'm gonna be going to sleep. I mean, that's true. But then again, depends on who's driving the truck. Even if you were legally allowed to drive this fast, there's other people on the road. In my experience, at least in my country, truck drivers tend to be the slowest, and they clog everything up, especially the international truck drivers. They will all be replaced and they will be happy. You will be replaced by the robotic truck, self-driving truck. You will receive the UBI. You will not be able to attain other forms of employment. You will live in the prefabricated dome made of eco-friendly concrete. And you will be happy. Feel like it's coming. So many people will be rendered completely useless in like excessive mouths to feed. And I've been reading some interesting schizophrenic theories about what's gonna happen. Like, especially how skeptical people are that if too many jobs get taken away, if too many people lose their jobs, that the people are skeptical that there's gonna be a basic income, because if you're not being paid, if elites want you dead now, if they won't pay you now that you work, what makes you think that they're gonna pay you when you don't work? And that there probably will be some kind of mass killing off event, like a virus or something, just to get rid of us before before the total AI takeover. Because then there will be riots. Like, even if you get a small amount of people, especially in the trucking industry, if you got rid of them, there will be rioting. It's kind of like what happened. The only example I can think of is what happened with the pirates, the sailors, during the war between several European nations. And when the wars ended, you had a bunch of well-trained sailors who now had no job, and they were pretty angry men, and they were pretty skilled men, and they thought, well, if you aren't gonna pay me, I'm gonna commandeer this vessel and cause some chaos. And that's what they did. So that's pretty dangerous. I wonder if it's gonna happen with the truckers, like they start ramming their trucks. Now my life has no meaning. People who own their trucks now, they don't have a job, because the self-driving trucks took their job, and they start kamikazing their trucks. They use their trucks as like pirate boats, and they just start ramming their trucks into banks, into big buildings, and they start robbing and looting. Oh shit, that would be funny. Just kamikaze trucks everywhere. There's a threat of war. Yeah, I read the news about Germany that came out. I think I saw it yesterday, that they're doing a little thing, a little slippery slope thing, and I read pretty interesting sides on it as well. Pretty interesting, like, angles on what's going on. So basically, they plan, I think it was from 2027, they plan to do medical checkups on, I think it was just on every man who turns 18 years old, to check them for eligibility for service, military service. And if there are not enough men available, if they can't get enough, I don't know what the proper term for this was, if they can't fill their quotas, they're gonna randomly start drafting people to fill the ranks. And the predominant theory was that was a slippery slope, and they were just gonna boil the Germans slowly like frogs, and before you know it, you're just gonna have the draft that they were just getting their information and where they lived and how healthy they were, so they could know whomst to pluck off the streets with the vans. And then other people were like, don't be stupid. If this thing happens, 99% of people will just comply. Yada yada. Other people were saying it's a nothing burger. Because it's just a change in the law. We used to have a worse law. And the draft was always a possibility in the event that a war were to happen, you know. You're just gonna get drafted anyway. So that was two sides of the story. One side was the German Redditor saying, it's a nothing burger. Stop being so alarmist. My country is just doing a little medical checkup. And then other schizophrenics were screaming like, nah, this means that's happening. So it's the it's happening versus the it's not happening people. I don't have a political opinion, but I just go on a few websites where people can actually post their honest, visceral opinions about shit, and they can be pretty cynical. And I'm not gonna name the sites, and I think you know which site I'm talking about and which board I'm talking about on that website. And it's full of bots, obviously, and it's full of glowies. But I like it. I like that place. I like reading. I like believing everything that they write. I'm very what was the word for it? When you are ready to believe anything. I forgot it. I knew it. I learned it. I felt like a smart boy, and then I forgot it. The virus wiped my brain. I don't know what's happening on the planet. I don't keep track of the war. I don't keep track of what's going on in China, India, the US, EU. Oh man, see, and I don't. I slammed into the barrier, into the invisible barrier, which then lowered itself and wrecked my shit. 139, I guess. The ground news, it shows which political side the media company is sharing it. Oh, you notice there's bias and all the cool stuff. Yeah, I know there's little hacks like that. I don't mean the news. I like reading people's reactions and comments. Because I like reading, because there's obviously always going to be bias in the article itself. But I just like reading unhinged comments. And I like reading other people's crazy theories, because it feels like it expands my brain. How many people died 1 year? No one cares. Yeah, because because a certain part of the political horseshoe is blind to color. That's why they don't care. Because they genuinely that's what they say, right? Isn't it interesting how it seems to me, and this is my village bumpkin opinion, isn't it it's funny to me, but it also makes a lot of it makes a lot of sense that it's exactly these sheltered liberally types who live in the gated, like, fully unicolored communities who are like less tolerant, and it's actually the more conservative side that raises these issues. And it's funny to me because they seem to care more about what is supposed to be the enemy, because they live they live with, and I know this, and I have this opinion. I have this opinion because I have my own personal experience in living in a very bad area. Come on, man. No, don't save. When I was living abroad, I lived because I was a poor student. Yeah, and it's not just them, it's also a certain, and I'll just make an illustration so I can get deep platform faster. And I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but it's a certain community of people who wear interesting accessories, who, yeah, it's the, I'm talking about the European, these European folks who made the bottle caps attached to the bottle. I hate them. I think they're actually the main culprits. I think they're the main ones responsible for this, and I think it's atrocious, and I think it's a personal assault. It's a personal attack. I consider it a personal attack against my masculinity to have a chastity cage on my bottle, but that's just me. But anyway, on the talking about the this is a politics channel now, but talking about my experiences abroad. Growing up, I didn't have a political. Well, you know, you get indoctrinated into kind of like disliking a certain majority here in the Balkans. I think you know what we're talking about. But I didn't have any strong opinions. I didn't live among these people. I never interacted with them. I was just indoctrinated to never relax, to be cautious. And but I didn't, there wasn't a genuine belief. And then I went abroad and I lived in a bad neighborhood, like a really bad neighborhood. And I became super racist and super xenophobic, like extremely xenophobic. Like I hated these people, the criminal types. And yes, I was racist. I was saying a lot of racist shit. I was having a lot of racist thoughts. Well, at least I'm honest about it. And then I moved away. I came home, and then I was no longer racist. And I was a liberal now. I was a happy boy who liked democracy and was very happy that I was part of a country that was, in the EU, and we were growing, and we were gonna live these good, amazing lives, and yada yada yada. And so I've seen both sides. So I understand. Back to the issue of the why people become kind of more anti-immigration. It's just they live with bad people. That's what makes them so unhappy. And I can understand their frustration. And they actually, instead of, well, some of them want to do bad things, but a lot of them just want to get these people jobs, and they want to get them working so that they don't stay idling and just receiving taxpayer money. So I always kind of found it funny how it's kind of like that meme, the meme with the white girl who says, "Oh, I'm inclusive and I'm tolerant," and all her friends are look like clones of her. Everyone's a white girl, and then a boy says, "Yeah, I'm super racist," and all his friends are from different religions and different cultures. It's kind of like that. That's how I see it. It's like the liberally types seem to be just, I don't know, disconnected a little bit from, because they don't have to, or maybe they're, I know it sounds so cringe, but Elon said something about it. It's almost like suicidal kind of compassion to just invite people who hate you and not understanding that they don't like you. It's like the meme with the dude shaking the little boy and asking him, "What do you want from us?" And he said, "Death to all infidels." It's kind of like that. And then there's the working man, usually the dudes that I used to live with, and other immigrants as well. Other immigrants can be particularly abrasive with their xenophobia against other groups. They tend to be the ones who suffer the most because they live in the bad neighborhoods and they see a lot of crime and they're victims of crime, and it's just unsafe. It's not a good place to raise a kid because a small group of people, obviously, like that. Not what was that? What was the stupid? Not all ex people are like that. I don't know. I've lived it, man. I know. I know what it's like. People were stabbing and shooting each other and robbing. The building where I lived was broken into like 100 times one summer. 100 apartments or something were looted overnight. Shit like that would happen all the time. And there were no-go zones where emergency services just wouldn't enter because people would set their stuff on fire and break the windows and flip their cars over. And I've also listened to the other side, and the other side, the immigrant troublemaker side, they're like, it's a very interesting story by the dude who robbed me at gunpoint. Because we actually talked, and he did something called a punk test, where they figure out if they can rob you before they rob you, and by the time they rob you, they know that you're not gonna do anything. But anyway, he was telling me that he had a criminal record. He was an immigrant. He had a criminal record. No one would hire him. Oh, if only they would give me welfare, I wouldn't have to be robbing people. And then the next day he robs me at gunpoint. That was some funny shit. But yeah, so I've heard their grievances. Yeah, I've met plenty of cool immigrants, but I think it's the ones who aren't, because I was checked. They check me at why are you here? They ask you questions when they see that you got a bunch of luggage. What are you doing? I'm studying, yada yada. I show them papers. They know that I have like a legal reason to enter the country, so they know, okay, this little boy, he's not gonna be any trouble. Other people, man, I don't know. I've heard stories of like ex-Yugoslav mafia was active. The city where I was in, and Albanian mafia also. I've heard stories of that. There was also gangs. There was gangs from all over the world active. I lived with a guy I had in a video. The guy who he had a pretty cool story. He was from Ghana. Like a really cool guy, and he was part of a robbery squad, and he was the lookout, and he would just stay outside while the dudes were robbing some poor guy's apartment, and he would just be a lookout and make sure that no police, if he saw police, he would notify them and they would bail. But one time one of the dudes made a mistake when he was withdrawing cash. They put a bag over the victim's head. They didn't know that he was inside the apartment. They thought the apartment was empty. They put a bag over his head and forgot about him, and he ended up suffocating. And they still, they took off And the next day, one of the guys went to withdraw cash from his bank cards, and he forgot to cover his face, and that's how they caught them. And then he snitched basically on everyone in the squad, and he got off with like probation or something, and every one of them got 9 years, 10 years, and this dude did 6. And yeah, but other than that, he was working jobs. He did find jobs, and he was working, so he was a good man, but got tangled up with the wrong crowd. That's what happens, man. That's what happens when you're sometimes these people, like, they're born into that country and they just don't, they're in a, from birth they're just cursed. They're stuck in a bad neighborhood, and there's nothing, no one will hire them for anything, and so they just start with the petty crime shit. They will start stealing bikes and other people's stuff, and then they would just get sucked in and desensitized, and they would start doing more and more stuff because their friends are doing it, and then they will end up with criminal records, and then no one will hire them. Hello, brother or sister, Pliskin. You're Iroquois. Pliskin. Interesting name. But yeah. Left wing, right wing. I don't know where I'm. I think I'm a fence-sitting centrist, basically, or something. But I am aware. I'm aware of certain things. Yes, I would consider myself a lefty on some respects, on some social aspects, and a righty on some other aspects. This game is called American Truck Simulator. You don't have work. Tomorrow's a holiday. You don't have more. No, I don't work. I am an enlightened NEET. I got savings, and my mommy and my daddy love me. And there's also no jobs. Nothing with a contract. Because if you don't work with a contract, they just rape you. Under the table shit, or minimum wage shit, and they give you money under the table, and that's just everyone gets. Oh, bro, I disabled the rules so that I could just go from point A to point B without worrying about traffic lights and speeding tickets and all that shit. I just drive and I don't care. I don't pay attention to the game. The game is just background noise. Yeah. Where do you live? Countryside. But I don't want to say where, because I don't want to get I don't want to receive funny packages or funny mail. I could move to the capital. I've done it before. I worked in the capital, but I don't know, it makes me feel, well, on the one side, I don't have any marketable skills, right? So I wouldn't be working for a good wage, good enough to save anything. It'll all go towards rent and slop, and I would just be miserable in some commie block shoebox when I could be comfortable here, not pay rent, and also not make any money, and hope that my organs hope that I get a stroke and die or something. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm getting healthier. But yeah, I will work something. I just haven't found anything for me. Oh man, oh no, he likes the hustle and bustle. I like the young, the one liberally thing I like about this, the capital city is the young people, that you can have a lot of fun, I suppose. No, I can't have with there's no young people here. There's literally no one. Everyone's like 50 plus. There's like one in my area. There's just like only one cute cashier, and there's one cute girl working at the post office. That's it. Everyone else escaped to the capital. They turn 18 and they bail. And I like how expressive and liberally a lot of the young people there are. Oh damn. I would love to live in an even smaller place with an actual, like, next to a, I know it sounds stupid and lame, like next to a river somewhere, like a, so I can fish. I'll just grow potatoes and fish, and I'll have some chickens, and I'll just eat the egg with the chicken. Damn, son. But that's what low testosterone does to you. You don't age. You stay you stay a perma twink. My hairline hasn't receded either. And consider this, like, imagine how much better I would look if I didn't have 15 years of drinking under my belt. Like, it's insane. I am 33. Bro's gonna go to Turkey to get them plugs. I don't know who said it, that the airport at Turkey where they were at after they got their hair transplant in Turkey and went to the airport to fly back to the country, everyone at the airport walks around with the mummy bandages on their head. That was so funny. Everyone at the airport is like covered in blood and bandages. There must be some kind of, there's gotta be an area in Istanbul, or I don't know where they have those clinics. There's gotta be a whole neighborhood where people just walk around. Where people are just like walking around with these weird contraptions on their head. Just like thousands of people with bloody heads. It's receded, but it's gonna get reseeded for sure. They're gonna plant them seeds, but right back. I don't know if they pluck the hair follicles from the donor areas where supposedly the hairs are not sensitive to DHT, but I don't know if you have to actually keep taking. They tell you to take these was it finasteride, minoxidil, what was it, to prevent more hair loss? What are they, do they ask you to take these things to prevent more vulnerable hair loss, or do you have to take it to also prevent the transplanted hair, or is the transplanted hair just immortal? Does it just stay even if you don't take the drugs? There's got to be something. I'm 26. I've been NEET for 10 years. GG. Oh man, from 16. Did you graduate? How can you be NEET from 16? Yeah. Wow. Some people out there be suffering. That's 15, that's better than music. Then he had at 20. Developed irreversible nerve damage. And arm at 20 due to failed surgery. Very sad. Very sad. Sad. Yeah, that's so funny. That your dad has better hair. Those Turkish scientists, man, they can split the atom. Those Turkish engineers, but they can't put foundations on their blocks. Nice. Hair is everything. There was this meme of hot dudes who got photoshopped to look bold, and then it's just brutal. Brutal black pill. But man, that irreversible nerve damage in the hand and arm. That's gotta have a name, right? Like it's not something basic like what was that thing that some people get from using the mouse too much? Trapped nerve. I forgot what it was called. Shit. Physically fit, yeah. Face and LMS. Wide jaw, do bone smashing, mewing. Get on a raw milk diet from the age of 1. Hop on minoxidil from 5 years old. Bone smashing every day. Stretching. Do you drink anything tonight? Nope. I quit almost 5 months ago. Maybe let me count on my fingers again. August, September, November. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah. It's been. I ran out of fuel. It's been 4 months, 4.5 months. It's gonna be 5 months soon. Man. Yeah. I was drinking tea. I don't even drink coffee anymore. Oh man. Oh, okay. There's a gas station. Yeah. Sober life. Honestly, I don't think I can even extract the pleasure that I used to feel from drinking anymore the way I used to, even if I tried again. And I just can't, man. It's a lot, man. I was drinking a lot. Just the volume of it. It's like, imagine getting addicted to having a full English breakfast, and you start by only being able to eat half the plate, and by the time you reach my stage, you're eating 4 full breakfasts, 4 or 6. Like, it's a lot. I drink beer every day. Every day. That's very estrogenic. I don't know how much it depends on what your weight is, how old you are, how long you've been drinking, how much you're drinking, the beer percentage, how fast you're drinking, if you're drinking to get drunk, which with beer is kind of difficult, or if you're maintaining a buzz, which is what I was doing. Like, if you give me some more details, I can tell you. White monsters. 0 calorie and low sugar. A little too much drinking, like 4 or 5 times. What, for the taste? I heard that's why the young kids like them. It's not the caffeine. Yeah, that makes sense. I've tried a few. Actually, I know absolutely nothing about energy drinks. I just know that if you overdo it, you're gonna wreck your kidneys. But who am I to talk about kidney health? Don't need the caffeine. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, with the beer thing is, if you're only a beer drinker, like the biggest problems with the beer is, well, a third of its calories come from carbohydrates. So that thing over time, man, it makes you, depending on how much you drink. Like if you drink 1 or 2, your body can handle it. But man, if you drink more than 2 every single day, you're gonna get blood pressure problems, you're gonna get insulin resistance, you're gonna get skinny fat, and your testosterone will drop, and you might develop bitch tits. No joke. And it's full of phytoestrogens or some kind of, I don't understand the science behind it. But this shit will feminize you, man. If you look at beer drinkers, like chronic beer drinkers, they don't look like men. Like they grow these big bellies and these big tits. They just look bitchy. Unless you're already super masculine and have a lot of testosterone and can handle it, but then you wouldn't be drinking beer. That's nice. They have your dogs wake you up with some. They give you they tap into a very instinctive, primitive fear of man to be attacked by beasts early in the morning. You're doing that's a genius thing, actually. But I don't know what it does. I don't know what it does to your stress hormones to be getting attacked by wolves. I got attacked. You probably get too cocky. I get attacked by wolves every morning and I'm still alive. 3 to 5, 7.5 just to get a buzz. Wow. Stop feeling shit. Yeah, the thing with drinking to stop feeling like shit is that, and I used to do this, but I only used to do it because I had been drinking for a really long time. And after a while you develop this tolerance. And yeah, it's not the beer that makes you fat by itself, it's the stuff that you eat with it. And also it, like, when you drink alcohol and you eat something with it, the liver's too busy processing the alcohol and all the extra fat, all the extra food that you get, all the extra calories get stored as fat instead. So like you're getting the energy of the alcohol, none of the nutrients. It's like a triple negative effect. So not only is it depleting you from nutrients, it doesn't have any nutrients in it. And it's passively preventing you from getting nutrients from the food that you're eating. So it's like a triple negative. That's how I explain it to myself. And to stop feeling like shit, eventually you'll develop a tolerance. And you will have to drink just to feel normal. And in the end, it's like, it will make you feel even worse. Like with the drinking, I've had anxiety while I was sober, and I've had that feeling of depression and doom and gloom. But man, withdrawal anxiety from the drinking, that's 10 times worse. That's than any depression that I've ever felt. Has been those 3 days withdrawing. So it's like, in the end, it's stupid to drink to feel like, unless you feel like shit when you're sober. Like, feeling shittier from alcohol over time is just dumb. So various habits, sometimes you just don't hear the alarm, they jump on me and start panicking. I mean, I don't know what a Rottweiler is. In the morning, luckily they woke me up by them tapping on their motherboards. Yeah, man, it's fine. This is why my chat is so long and up. I could probably make it longer, like the long cat. Yeah, but the drinking thing, I don't know, man. I hear that the cool kids, they don't bother with alcohol. They just take pills. Like, gets the job done better. You go to a shrink and they give you some pills. I feel like I'm the only. Sometimes I feel like, especially on YouTube, and I'm almost surprised and shocked when people still talk about alcohol, because I feel like it's such an old people thing to put into your body. Like, no one's drinking anymore, except old people. And kids take pills and they do weird shit, like they'll inhale gases and all kinds of new stuff that I haven't never heard of. Oh no. It's a bad idea to give your doggos alcohol. Just got a gym membership. That's nice. I don't know, man. The anxiety thing is like, it's a super wide topic. Yeah, so I'm really surprised that people still talk about alcohol and drinking it. It's just where I live, it's just older dudes. They just buy these massive 24 packs, or sometimes they'll just buy stacks of packs. Like, they'll stack them on top of each other like Legos and cart them to their car. And they'll have like a full 2 weeks worth of supply of piss in cans. Would you stream on Twitch? And react to other people in similar positions and commentary? Probably. That's what I want to do. Oh shit, imagine I become the Balkan Osman Gold. Oh no. I don't think I'll ever be. This guy is smart, man. He's very sharp. There should already be a Balkan Osman Gold. It's probably a Serbian dude. Imagine. Man, whoever popularized Tupac is hiding in Serbia. I've been laughing at that shit. I just remembered I saw these new Sora videos of Tupac and Hitler getting swept by a tornado. I was laughing my ass off. And I remember the Tupac is hiding in Serbia shit. It was just whoever comes with this shit. That's so funny. The stupidity of it. That was some funny. Like, the ones with the chiropractors are not. I don't know why people spam it so much. But I'm way out of the loop on the sort of thing, but I fucking love it. I actually don't go on Reddit. I wish I did though. I only read it only if I have like a specific problem with something and I want a serious opinion. I'll go on Reddit, because then you'll get like hello, engineer for 35 years here. This is how you actually, you know, they'll actually tell you. They'll give you professional opinions. But there's also funny shit there too. But yeah, these sort of videos are just like the ones with the Africans with the claw machine trying to pull water bottles out of it. That shit, I was laughing for an hour at that. That was so funny. People got goofy ideas about what to do with this. I wish I had the money to. Feeling kind of stupid to say this, but I wish I had. I wish I was dumb enough to pay, so I can generate. But I would just get I would get addicted to it. Yeah, he's. I guess. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't. He sounds pretty logical, and he's also. Well, you don't get to where he is if you're dumb. And he has something I'll never have, which is he's super persistent and consistent, which I admire. That he would just. Actually, I don't know any of the lore, man. I don't know anything about him personally. I've watched a few of the origin videos, but he lives kind of like, I guess, kind of like I do. My life revolves around a living area that's, I can literally, if I reached, I could touch my bed. And that's my, it's like a 3 by 2 meters living space. My room's kind of big though, but I literally just have enough space between my bed and my desk to walk in between them. But I mean, I don't listen to his political stuff. But he's just in that kind of in the middle. What is he politically, like right leaning or something? But he's got like these takes that are kind of in the middle. I guess they're palatable to people with common sense, I guess. Kind of like the thing with the immigration and all that stuff. I don't get. I don't know. I don't understand political theory. I can't comment on that, but it's just, for me, it just makes sense. And I've read the negative opinions about the Indians thing. I didn't get really much into it, but I mean, you get that big, man, and someone's gonna come after you for anything you say. People are gonna dig up this stream. If I get big, they're gonna dig it up and they're gonna pick me apart. I've said stupid shit. The important thing is not to care, I guess. But you have to, at the end of the day, you have to pick a side, and I guess I align a lot with guys like, I really like Sam Hyde. And people are immediately gonna, if they see this, they're gonna be like, "Oh, do you know about the pedo accusations and all that shit?" I'm like, that's not my business, because I can separate a person's ideas from their personal life. I don't care about any of that shit. I just like him because he's got some good advice. And he's a funny dude. That's why I like him. He's a comedic genius. And I like him and I respect him. I mean, he talks a lot about the suffering thing and the anxiety thing, and he gives solid advice that you just have to live with the suffering. You just have to suffer. You just have to live with the suffering. You're not supposed to be chasing joy like some child or some woman. As a man, you just have to learn to function despite. I say in the beginning, when I was first watching his videos, I couldn't tell when he was being serious, and then I saw some videos where he showed that, you know, I could see that he was suffering for There was a video of him breaking down basically and talking about some kid with a tumor. And I saw that, oh shit, there's a human inside. There's a human inside Sam despite all the clown shit. And I'm a believer that people who are funny, who are comedians or funny, that they tend to be like the saddest, most miserable people. But they turn the sadness into something good for someone else, I guess. And I respect that. Why the fuck am I going to the truck service, man? Yeah, Sammy Hyde. Who else? I don't remember who else I was watching. I don't watch political commentary stuff. I watch Rehab. I watch... who was that guy who goes to the parks and drinks and talks about nothing? He has a super old car. Jack Jones, I think. I love that guy. He's like, if you want to watch a comfy dude smokes a cigarette and drinks in a park at like 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, he's your guy. He's a very funny guy. Love his shit about the drinking thing. And I always knew that people would watch more if I drank on stream and just kind of allowed people to indulge in their degeneracy. But man, if I start drinking, I just start retreating into myself, and I just don't want to. I don't want to talk to anyone when I start drinking. I just want to. I tend to kind of like zone out and then start daydreaming, and I can't. I don't have enough brain power to be interacting with anyone. It's almost like because it's a poison. It's almost, and I drink by myself. It's almost like you know, when cats get or an animal gets injured and they hide in like a wardrobe or something. And because my body is poisoned, I just want to hide and not talk to anyone, just lick my wounds. But I'm actually enjoying myself, you know. And man, if I start drinking on stream, there's gonna be some controversial stuff being said. But man, honestly, I don't see myself making a lot of money. This is gonna be just some nice. There's gonna be just some nice pocket change, this YouTube thing, and I just have nothing else to do. I have I'll just build an archive of nice comfy videos that people can binge on different topics, on whatever I want to yap about them. I'm gonna do the streams, and you know, over time, it's a cumulative thing. It's like the power of, it's the snowball effect. I talk about this in the videos, how much I love the effect of, you make the videos, you accumulate the views, and the years also accumulate. And as time goes on, you just get the views, you get more and more and more and more views. And when you stretch it out over time, you have like a bigger and bigger and bigger archive. And eventually, maybe months will pass, maybe years, your video gets recommended and it explodes again. And you just have to do it for many years. Yeah. Sober stream, getting sober. Nice, even if I looked at the... I know, man, I feel so guilty because I promised another viewer of mine. Thank you for the sub. I promised another viewer that I would get like a bottle of vodka and we would drink. And then I just remembered, fuck, man. That when I drink, how I just, and I found myself drinking vodka and just for days and weeks every single day, and I would just forget what I was doing. And it turns out I would just look through my history, and it was just me watching the same music videos over and over and over again, and just doing nothing. I would just stare at the screen, and eventually I would get so sick I'd just go to bed. I would sleep. I would wake up. And I start drinking again and just staring at the screen. So I would spend 8-9 hours drinking, and then I would spend 16 hours in bed. Yeah, and that's the thing, you know. Once you commit to getting healthier, and man, I wasn't fat. I've never been fat. The fattest I was skinny fat. I was 90 kilos, or about 200 pounds, and then losing 10 kilos or 20 pounds was just felt so good, and it took a long time. It took 10 weeks. So that's a long time, and I'm not going through that shit again. That just just the day one, just thinking about, and this also a bad idea when you do decide to quit, to think 6 months into the future, 1 year into the future, because it's gonna feel so overwhelming. It's just gonna feel like a gargantuan task. The whole recovery process just feels so long. You just take it day by day. That's how it is, and before you know it, you're gonna have 10 days, and then you're gonna have 30 days, and then you'll probably stop counting, because they won't make a. Because if you count, that just means that you're still influenced. The demon is still in your head, and you're not over it. You still want. You're still thinking. You're still obsessed. You're still influenced. So you will know that you're recovering when you stop counting, and you just don't give a shit. That's the real recovery. That's how you measure things, by not giving a shit. And having a good night's sleep, man, that's the sweetest. Oh, not feeling sick. Not having lava poop every morning. Not having to vomit anymore and clean up vomit. All these negative things that can really irritate you and make your life miserable. The high blood pressure, man, you can get a stroke. I don't work out. I walk, and I have an elliptical machine, and it's been doing some miracles for my heart. The elliptical. I just only do like 30-40 minutes, and like after about 2 or 3 weeks, I was climbing this hill that I would climb often on my walks, and I realized that wait a minute, why am I not short of breath? Why am I running up this hill, and why do I not need more oxygen? It just felt weird. I felt light like a feather, because my heart was getting like strong. My cardio was getting good, my legs were getting stronger. And I've never had that feeling. Sports, no. I have no hobbies, no sports. Never did the sports thing. Most sport I do is whenever I get firewood delivered and I have to use a literal wheelbarrow to carry literal tons of wood and stack them. It's a good workout. It's a really good workout for your back. And then chopping wood feels really good. There's something primal about chopping wood that just makes you feel very centered and kind of masculine. Wood-maxxing. Wood-maxxing is some really good shit, man. And also you can get in trouble, especially when I was with the chopping wood thing, because it goes really well with a nice spirits drink in the morning. You get up before the sun rises, and you take a little flask of spirits with you, and you drink a little bit, and then you chop some wood. Man, feels like everything is better with alcohol. You know, because it's a repetitive task, and you gotta take your mind off it. I can't do repetitive shit, says the man who's been driving a truck for 3 hours. Welcome to the NHK. Yeah, except there's no sweetie with borderline personality disorder at your door trying to recruit you into some. What was she? The girl who was trying to help him. I forget. It was so cringe. If I rewatch some of the some of those, I've only watched like 3 animes in my life. But if I rewatch, yeah, that chick. Yeah, these women. You know, they actually. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember the exact story of her. I don't remember the lore. I just remember she showed up at his door with some kind of brochure or something. Was it for some church shit? Was it that, or am I mistaking it for something else? She was trying to help him. Was he falling in love? I forgot. I wouldn't trust like a woman, because, and I have to be very careful, and you guys have to be careful, because there are people with the savior complex who are gonna, they think they can fix you, especially if you tell people that you have an alcohol problem. They'll see you as a project. They won't see you as a lover. And I wouldn't get involved with someone like that. Someone sees a fucking, imagine it from her perspective. Someone sees a fucking loser with rotting organs who's slowly killing himself. You think she finds that sexy? No, it didn't happen to me. Nothing bad happened to me and women. I've actually had some really good experiences. Damn, I got labeled as an incel. That's fine. No, I'm not mad. This is the part where I'll get so many people confused, man. I'll get so many people confused. I'm not mad. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't hold grudges. Ladies have been very nice to me. Actually, they give me a lot of opportunities. And it was either like, you know, when you're too stupid to get the hint, it was either that or I didn't like them. I either did nothing with the information or I didn't get the hint. I was like, oh, there's no way she likes me. Were they hot? How old are you? How tall are you? I am 33 and I am 183, 184, or slightly over 6 feet. I don't know which country you guys are from, probably East Europeans like me. YouTube brought the East European Brotherhood together, and we're all communicating in English now. I've never had. At one point, like the closest I ever got to a relationship with this woman from college, I used Indian Riz. I used pestering and essay writing to make her, and I still to this day I'm not. It's a very fucking interesting story, and sometimes I have these conflicting ideas in my head that it's maybe it's all looks, or maybe it's half and half, or maybe when you're like average or slightly below average looking or slightly above average looking, personality actually does make a difference, because there's a sexy way to conduct yourself and there's a sad fucking way, and you can turn women off with your pathetic behavior. Yeah, like if she gives you hints and you don't act on them, it's fucking over. It's very rare that someone's gonna simp after you once they've given you unless you mog them physically, unless you're like really the prize. Very non-neurotypical and just weren't interested. Yeah. That's the thing. I have a video on it. It's called Never Had a Girlfriend. Was it? I forgot. I don't watch my own videos. And where I explain. I think I have a condition that makes me not interested in romantic stuff. Like, basically, I'm fine being by myself. I would like it though. I'm curious, you know. I'm curious, just like any other dude. I'm curious what it's like, but I feel like eventually, one of the parties gets a little more invested than the other, and I know it's not gonna be me. And then it hurts. It just hurts. I just remember going on a date with this really sweet lady, but she wasn't. I feel bad for saying that. She wasn't very good looking, man, but she was very sweet. But I felt nothing, and because of this aloofness, I guess, or the lack of interest, it was signaling that maybe I had the advantage or something, and I wasn't. I was kind of retreating, and then she started pursuing, and she straight up asked me if I wanted to go out as a couple, and yada, and I was like, I just got the. I was that depressed me, man. To hurt someone like that, it's fucking. And I didn't want to get more involved because I felt like she was kind of trying to get too close, and it gave me the ick. Not because she's not attractive, just the emotional intimacy thing, the closeness thing, getting suffocated. That, and then like someone relying on me is. If someone relies on me for their happiness, I get a fucking major ick. They have to be the lady that will like. She has to be centered, and she has to have her own life, man. But I don't know if that exists. You like Patrick Bateman, Dark Triad and Cold? Oh, nah, I'm not Dark Triad. I'm still young. It's over for you, yeah, probably. I mean, when you think about it, you know what, man? Actually, it's not, because I have a father and I have a cousin who turned their lives around and got girlfriends. Like, my dad got divorced and got a girlfriend at like 40 something, and my cousin was in an even worse predicament than me with the drinking. Like, he actually ended up having to get surgery and shit, and he actually has a criminal record and all that. But he turned his life around at 35, 36, and he's doing really well. So it's just a matter of not giving up, I guess. I don't think it's how old are you, Doomer? Oh man, oh no, underage banned. I don't want to talk. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to you, bro. I don't know if this stream is for you. Shit. I have to be careful. I haven't read the. I'll have to be careful with the sensitive topics around you kids. But yeah, man, I should start making these 18 plus, I guess. This is how I'm gonna end up. Skull emoji. I mean, no, not necessarily. I don't know what you look like, how tall you are, what your school life is like. I don't. You and I are 20 years apart. You're a literally different generation. Fuck, you're not even a Zoomer. You're probably an Alphoomer. Skeet. About 6-7 on a good day. Yeah, young kids nowadays, man, they have it really tough, man. They have to hop on raw milk. They skip mommy's tit and they hop on the raw milk. They start mewing at 2 years old with chew toys. They start bone smashing with toys. They hop on minoxidil at 3 years old. It's wild. they break their legs and they while they're still soft, they lengthen their limbs. They do leg pulling and arm pulling to stretch their joints and spines. There's gonna be some weird. I swear, very soon we're gonna have like really soon. There's gonna be some father. It's probably gonna be a millennial, some deranged millennial or a Zoomer, who's gonna be uploading videos of how he tells his 5-year-old son to start mewing. I put my son on test. Fucking puts his 13-year-old son on hormones, on testosterone, buys his son stacks of raw milk, smashes his face so his jaw will grow wider. I beat up my son to make him tougher. Isn't it kind of like the guy with the story of the guy who put his son on a treadmill and was forcing his like literal toddler son to run, and the son got a heart attack or something and died. It's that kind of, we're gonna be seeing more and more of that kind of shit. Of deranged dads who are blackpilled and they just want their son to do good. I'm gonna get my son surgery. I'm gonna get my son's jaw surgery when he turns 18. 5'6", if I measure from the 5'6" at 15. Oh, 30. Sorry, I just get confused. Oh yeah. I do be looksmaxxing. I'm 5'8", not a good day though. 5'6". I've had some girls. I get confused with the nicknames. I didn't know this thing was gonna be so active at like. It's almost 3 a.m. where I live, so I guess it's almost 2 a.m. in West Europe, and I don't know if anyone from the Americas is watching. What's the thing with the peptides? Who was talking about peptides? Was it Herbert? Was it Herbert's Void? I think I watched this video today and I heard it from him. Peptides. Let's go. But he made a really good point that how crazy stupid it is that you have to do all these things. The mewing, the bone smashing, reading 10 self-improvement books a day, hair transplants, smashing your legs and growing them longer, jaw surgery. Fucking the guy who had surgery to have the bone behind his eyes filed down so he could have hunter eyes, deep set eyes. But I know these are like just individuals. They're like unique cases, but this is just becoming wild. I applied for a job, I got banned from 5 different companies. What? Banned. Looksmaxxing mostly a scam. If you're below 6 out of 10, it only helps you already got good looking to begin with. Yeah, if there's a chiseled jawline hiding underneath the fat, and you hop on the, what was that, weight loss drug? What was the drug with the weird name? Ozempic. Or like if you do a stomach bypass surgery or a stomach where they make your stomach smaller. Yeah, Ozempic. It's not looking good for you right now. What you mean? I don't know who's asking whomst what. You go to gym? Nope. I have utility muscles. They are for the keyboard, mouse, and my butt cheeks. My butt cheeks muscles are very developed. Yeah, bro thinks that life is a game to be grinded. I don't know. Are you the doomer? Were you the guy? Were you the 15-year-old with the skull emojis? I wouldn't take these black pill dudes too seriously. They're trying to keep you there. There's like they're like a bunch of demons. If you get stuck today, if you get stuck in that loop, you're gonna say some stupid shit in real life about someone's gonna ask you something and you're gonna say something dumb like I'm depressed because my jaw is not wide or something. These people who make the black, I mean the black, not the black, but there's a color blacker than black. What was it called? Never mind. That color. The doom and gloom guys. They want to keep you depressed and miserable, so you just binge their content. I don't know your story, but it ain't. Most likely you're average looking or slightly below average looking. It's not over. You don't have to be, and this is also what you have to keep in mind is, if you have no direction in life, you're gonna end up on some E-Daddy cult website or something, and they're gonna fill your head with, they're gonna try to get you to take female hormones and do stupid shit. They're gonna demoralize you. These are demonic entities that just want to destroy you further, destroy your happiness and feed off your misery. No wife, no kids, 33, not the best look. Yep, that's true. No one is intel at 15. It was trust people lose their card. Yeah, it's just like, but I understand how slippery. No. Oh, I think he means this is. He thinks that he's gonna end up like me, which is probably not the case. It's probably not the case. It's teenage angst or something. You're not gonna end up like me. Don't worry about it. And by the way, if you think, and I know I had this perspective when I was a teenager. I used to look at blue collar workers. I used to look at construction workers on the street, and I'll be like, "Holy shit! I don't want to end up like them. That must be fucking miserable." And nowadays, when I pass by them, I think, "Holy shit! They actually they're set for life. They have a good job. At least they're making money." So your perspective will change, bro. I wouldn't allow some cultist to tell me that it's over. That's not their decision to tell you that for your life. And a lot of things are over exaggerated for clicks. Shit. I feel like I'm gonna just naturally slide into the there's hope side of YouTube. Like, I'm not a doomer. And I don't suffer that I'm 33, no wife, no kids. I don't suffer from that. I think because they would suffer more if I was in their life. Do you think it's over for you? No, I don't. Like I said, there's mad stories around me all the time that confirm that it's fucking never over. My grandfather, I have a 90-year-old grandfather who was telling me about all his girlfriends. Dude. You know, like, he's getting a little bit of, I don't want to say dementia, but you know, when old people start talking, telling you funny shit. He likes to overshare, and he was telling me all this stuff. So, I don't know. I like stories like that, man. You just gotta relax. If you go, because if you fill your head with this doomer shit, and girls can see that, if you go in with this energy that you hate them or something, or that you're in competition with someone, you just gotta relax. But it's gonna come with time. You're not gonna get there now. Who are you guys then? Y'all not like how social media shows? Yeah, that word means that it's a weird. And I've been watching these Sad Sigma edits, Ryan Gosling. Come on, man, don't be watching that shit. Yeah, sometimes like that word is. It depends, man. If someone, it's been thrown around too much recently. Like it means nothing. You don't like someone, you call him an incel. Like if you have $100 and if you have, I don't want to say this, man. I have to watch what I say now because there's a literal kid in here. I wouldn't promote paying for anything, but you could always solve that problem easily. But that's not the problem, man. The problem is being undesirable fundamentally. Like no one literally loves you and or likes you, and that's for most people. There's always going to be at least one person who's going to give you a chance. Yeah, Sad Sigma, bro, and the whole Sigma shit as well. It's so cringe. There's no such thing. You're not some lab and cool Sigma. You're not some lone wolf. You either, what you are is you either you memed yourself into being a loser, and you're filling your head with stupid ideas and being unlikable, or like you're so ugly and so unlovable, like the guy. If you want to watch a really positive story, watch Never Give Up, the Swedish guy. Watch his story. He got a wife from YouTube. If you want to see a truly ugly dude, make it. And I think he's non-neurotypical as well, so I don't know, man. And you're gonna hear a lot of arguments. You're gonna hear a lot of stuff like, oh, he's being used. He's being used for the passport. He's being used for citizenship. He's being used so that she can live a good life. Yeah, so what? He got himself a wifey. What do you have? He got himself a sweet South American wifey. And he's got a kid now too, I think. So good for him, man. I used to roast the guy. I used to say a lot of shit about him online. The same like hateful shit like, oh, it's gonna be over. He's gonna get divorced, and she's gonna take all this stuff. But oh well, he reproduced. He won. From now on, the most important thing is that he remains a part of this kid's life, and even if he only gets to see it, even God forbid, something bad happens and he does lose, she does decide to divorce him, he still can fight and see his kid and make sure he's part of his life. It's the quality time that you spend, not the quantity. So he won, in my eyes. No matter how Reddit it sounds. No, I'm not. I used to watch those Sad Sigma. But it's yeah, it's not a very interesting story. I wish I could find the channel of that guy. He was exactly the same like me, and he described it perfectly. How he lost, I think, how he lost his virginity. But I can't remember his name. He explained, and him and I shared the exact same bizarre health conditions. And we have the exact same story, and he describes it perfectly, how he just doesn't feel anything. And how that experience was just... Oh, he just felt nothing. It was the same for me. I was just like... When I'm drinking, though, that's a different story. But I don't want to talk about it in front of kids. So yeah, like I said, I've had very good experiences. I've had very good experiences with the ladies, and the important thing is, from what I learned is, They can see when you're being a phony. They can see when you're being fake. And I wouldn't recommend pretending to be something you're not, just to get it. Because then you'll be building on fakeness and shit and lies. And you'll be attracting just trash. You're Christian? Nope. I'm not practicing anything. I don't practice anything. I think I'm agnostic or something. I want to believe. I really want to believe, but I'm struggling. I want to have that undoubtful kind of 100% pure conviction. I want to get there, but I think it takes, you either have to bang, you have to fall on your head, get brain damage, or something has to be wrong with you to be like or you have to be born, I guess, into like a really good community that's like, they have to feed you to believe from like a baby. Else it's not gonna happen. Because I lived with one lady, man, and she was exactly the kind of crazy person. She told me literally that she fell, hit her head, and then she started hearing the voice of God, and I was like, oh shit. But I envy in a good way. I envy people who believe, undoubtedly. I wish I could believe, man. I wish I had a mustard seed worth of belief. And I know about the whole, I don't know how you feel. I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm really confused right now to deal with all these parameters and how to talk to, what, like a Christian kid? Are you a Christian? I don't know which culture you're from. I don't know what I'm dealing with. I said a lot of controversial things in this stream. Gotta keep it. I try to believe too, but I get distracted with TikTok. And I goon. Come on, dude. I don't do that. It's just difficult. I have violent thoughts. And I try not to be corny, but I feel numb, no empathy, guilt. That's pretty typical, man. It's pretty typical. I was the same way too, except we didn't have TikTok. I wasn't frying my brain. I still don't use it. I wasn't frying my brain with a pretty bad guy, but I try to pretend like I'm a nice guy. Oh, are you really? Have you ever been in trouble for like hitting someone, stabbing someone, robbing shit, looting, drugs? Or maybe you're a good boy who thinks he's a bad boy, who thinks he's pretending to be a good boy. That whole thing is, you when you grow up, when you're like in your 10 years from now, you're gonna feel different. Man, you kids nowadays live in some kind of nightmarish. I can't imagine what it's like when back in my day, we didn't have cameras on our phones. We had dumb phones. We had phones with buttons, and people weren't recording videos and sharing brain rot all day. I don't know what it's like. You guys' brains are fucking fried. Everyone got memed into being some kind of cool Sigma. Like you guys are, I can just imagine you guys pretending to be some kind of anime character, trying to. What was that funny word? Mog. You guys are always trying to mog each other. A bunch of kids trying to mog. Kindergartners trying to mog each other. don't know what's going on in your generation. You have to explain it a bit more. Like, what do they do? Do they just say mean things? Do they just repeat memes and think they're being edgy, or do they actually like, do shit? Come on, man. I used to be like an animal edgy kid. You may be telling the truth, I don't know. I mean, I think every teenage boy has watched that kind of stuff, but let me tell you, there's nothing edgy and cool about that. Don't be telling people you do that. Yeah, watch funny Sora AI videos of Tupac and Hitler flying off into a hurricane. I don't know what kind of advice to give. When I was a teenager, we had emo kids. And I think this trend is returning now. I've been seeing more and more of this return. And like I saw someone post like a TikTok of this chick who was wearing this, and I was like, holy shit, what a throwback to 2005. That was 20 years ago. People were dressing up like that, like emos. And it's probably I would have, and I had a few chicks who were from that. I don't know if they're considered alt. I don't know what you kids call them. But I would have definitely tried. I had a couple of chicks from that kind of culture who were into me, and I was just stupid. We were talking every day on our version of Discord, which back in the day was Skype. We would talk every day after school, and they would literally invite me over, and I would just play dumb and not go. Oh, really, really, really sweet, really cute. If I was a teenager now, man, I would be into goths. I would be into alt chicks. I would be trying to get with the bad ones. But actually, the more it's not, you don't want this for relationship material. But I would, for me personally, I would be targeting that kind of person, because they carry their pain on their clothes and on their little accessories that they wear and all that shit. Like I kind of like that. Even today, I probably, if I tried, I guess, I don't know, man. There's something about nice, wholesome women. It doesn't trigger the animal in me. I can't do it. You know about the Madonna and the horror complex? It's like that. I can't do it. She must be bad. Because I'm a good boy. There must be something wrong with her. I can't be with a wholesome woman. That would be the solution to your problems. If you think you're some kind of freak, I would just go to other freaks and be like that. And that's especially because back, and I think of myself as that's from my culture. That's my perspective as a East European. Back in them days, there was prejudice against them. They got made fun of, not bullied, but people didn't want to associate with them. They stayed within their own clique. And a really big thing that I had going for me was I wasn't judgmental. I was willing to talk to them, and I guess don't be, I guess, don't be judging the looks before you get to know the person. Just try to imagine that they don't exist as a physical entity, but they're like, imagine that you're talking to a spirit when you talk to them, and just ignore the way they dress, and they'll give you a lot of bonus points. I scored a lot of bonus points when I did that. I wasn't focusing on it. I wasn't making fun of their goofy shit. I just wanted to get to know the person. Do you think yourself as a good person? Is that a virtue? I don't. Like, I've never done anything evil to anyone. I never hurt anyone, I don't think. I don't know what good means. If my noble intention to talk to other people and de-stress them is considered good, then I guess I'm good. I'm not bad. I know I'm not bad. I don't know. Feels like kids nowadays are being psyoped into being little psychopaths. It's all the slop they watch. All the mugging. I should look up some modern culture. So I don't know anything. I cannot even imagine. Like the youngest person I talk to semi-regularly is 25. I don't talk to kids. There's a disconnect. I had to look up the 6-7 meme for like 15 minutes before I untangled the origin. That was some funny shit. That's how old I am. I have to do research on memes. Can't believe people are still watching 3 hours into the stream. Oh man. I hope that the one guy that listens to my stream like a podcast. Bro, whoever you are working in the warehouse, you're gonna have a really fun time with this one. It's a loopy stream, man. I hope you enjoy it. He knows who he is. I was kind of actually in the eighth grade. I was popular for 3 months. A cute girl made me very popular, and I was riding that high for a really long time. I didn't expect it. I was so miserable. I was so miserable in the 7th. How old was I? 13, 14. So like slightly younger than you. And I was miserable in the old school. People were just not very nice, not very smart. Alright, dude. Nice talking to you. Keep sniffing. Yeah. Once you get sinusitis, you'll understand. But yeah. This chick, I had some really good experiences. She went from absolute rock bottom misery to feeling the highest high. Did you get snow yet? I don't know actually. I haven't looked out the window. There's gotta be there has to be snow in the, like, half the country is mountains. Holy shit, you're still alive to what hour? I don't know, man. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling energized. I don't know. I feel like it's I think this has been the most fun I've had on a stream. because we talked about some spicy topics, and that just pumped my blood a little bit. But I feel like eventually I'm gonna start attracting trolls, and they're gonna want to do some goofy shit. So fully healed because you said you were sick for the past weeks. Not fully, not fully. I still have the sniffles. I don't know if it's annoying on microphone. So yeah, man, 2 weeks of pain and misery, eating my own boogers, and then it went into my lungs, and I was coughing up phlegm, and I was laughing too much at the same time. You know, laughing. If you have problems with your lungs, if you have a mucus in your lungs, nothing helps like some AI slop to make you laugh and cough it out. I felt light. If you attract trolls, ignore them, troll them back, and get under ruthless and get rage baited. That's what I know. That's what they want. I know about the rage baiting. I will get trolls, and I will get shit like that. I'm a little on edge now because I don't want to be talking. I don't want to be talking about sensitive topics and know that there's some literal high schooler in the 9th grade watching my shit. I have to be careful. I have to read the rules. I mean, come on, man. Lol. Yeah, lol. Nice, haha. It is what it is. I just go straight to the ban hammer. I just ban him. I'm not even gonna fight back. Fuck it. You can't do anything over the monitor, you know. What am I gonna do? Just get mad? Just take it? Nah. I'm gonna indulge my inner Redditor, and I'm just gonna censor their speech. Take this freedom of speech away. Yeah, the thing is, I don't have funny comebacks, and I'm not into the self-degradation shit where it's like you lean into the self-pity. It's to say it doesn't affect you. It does affect you. Fuck, man. Yeah, it depends on your mood. Most of the time, I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. I've never been good at comebacks. The witty comebacks. I think people who are good at comebacks are. I think the only people who I've ever met who are good at comebacks were LGBT guys and girls, because they have to. You know why they have good comebacks? It's because they have been roasted themselves so many times, and they develop thick skin, and I haven't developed that. So it could be because you're not very smart. Yeah, I am the best driver in New Delhi. I'm the best driver in Mumbai. I'm cooking as I'm driving. I mean, they know. I don't have to tell them. You just say nice projection, bro. You just ignore, man. The thing is, it's exactly any kind of attention is food. So you just don't. Fuck, man, this thing is so fucking long. I'm just gonna loop it and restart. Fucking shit. Time is it? 3:12, 3:16. We going into the past. I mean, basically, you're telling the person you're projecting. That's what you're saying. Some people are just good at being evil and insulting. demons, you can't. Someone said you cannot. You literally can't defeat a psychopath. They just don't, because they literally don't care, and they're full of hate. Yeah, don't have to be mean. Because if you're mean, the thing is with the bullying thing, it happens when people have a reason, when they see that you're not coming from, when they see that you've got unrighteous evil in you. Like if you snap back and you say something that shows that you're also a piece of shit, that opens the doors for bullying. Like, you know, have you watched Johnny Depp? The Johnny Depp trial and how he behaved. This dude, he just, and I think, I don't know if it was he was coached to do that. He's a cool, I really like the dude. He's a really cool dude. He knew that snapping back and he just took the moral high ground, and he just let the other side embarrass themselves. That was genius. That's what you do. And I think he was genuinely having fun and just laughing. But you have to be that kind of guy, though. You have to be a good guy. And he does have his faults, but I think he handled it like a fucking champ, man. He's really cool. I don't know much about his life, though, but some actors, man, some singers, I'll sometimes have a really good, I look at them and I listen to them, and you can just tell either from their face or their behavior. I just want to watch interviews and figure out who they are, and I'll watch like 10-20 minutes of interviews, and I'll say, see, I knew that person was cool. Men, women, whatever. I'll just get a gut feeling that I will like them, and then I'll prove myself right. Him, Keanu Reeves, I like a lot. They're very down-to-earth dudes. Yeah. Johnny, man, Johnny is the shit. He handled it really well, and I missed the fuel station again, but I don't think I can. Nah, I'm gonna make a fucking mistake. I'm just gonna have to use the emergency refuel. Who cares? The other Indian driver is gonna come and refuel me. Who else? I don't know about many. I don't have many favorite celebrities. But in general, it's he just took so many beatings, and he just took it like a fucking pro. And everyone was on his side, because that's how you win. If you show even a little, if he showed even a gram of anger, if he snapped back with something, if he showed some kind of evil in him, he would have gotten destroyed. And I think he was coached, and he knew really well that he had to just sit. I don't know how he did it. I think he might have been on pills or some drugs or something. To just be able to sit there. That's how he behaved exactly how I feel when I get that nice, when I've been drinking a lot for a week and I wake up in the morning and my receptors are tingling for a drink, and I take a few drinks and I'm like, ah, man, hit me with anything. Like, you could send 10 dudes to beat me up. I don't care. That's the level of fucking nirvana this dude achieved. Strong mentality. There's no way he was trading around pills. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, if he was like that on his own, man, what a fucking saint. Because I say, because he do be having experience. He do be having, I think, a history with substances. So I don't know, man. Probably he was well aware. We're talking about a lot of money here. In that lawsuit, he was getting legal advice for sure. And him just being a good guy helped. Oops. Yeah, I really like him for that. I mean, and I guess his childhood was pretty rough as well, full of abuse, if I remember correctly. Was it something to do with his mom? I just forget. That was some sad, sad shit. And to come out of all of that, not a hateful monster yourself, because usually the abused becomes the abuser, and he didn't. So, out of content creators, in my experience, the most wholesome and well-meaning ones I remember, Jacksepticeye, Markiplier. Yeah. There's a channel on YouTube called Truly Seen. If you wanna see some good people, all of the wholesome streamers are there. They show that they have a soul. I mean, if you watch, I was very surprised to see Speed there. I was very surprised to see the kind of pain and torture and bullying that he went through. That changed my perspective, because I thought it was just a funny dude just clowning around, and then I saw that he went through a lot of shit. I'll have to start doing these reviews, doing streams, because there's a lot of people that I want to talk about that I really like, and the funny things I noticed about them. There's a comfy side of YouTube that I really like. There's I really like Wholesome YouTube, and before, like a few months before I started my channel, I think it was, yeah, it was in spring. I made an account, and I started watching. That's around the time, or maybe it was a bit before that, YouTube started recommending new channels to people, like randomly, new channels, fresh channels. And I was in a few where they were so new that I was literally their first viewer on their first video, and I would watch the whole thing, and I would leave these wholesome, encouraging comments, and I was like, oh my god, they're gonna think I'm creepy. I didn't care, dude, girl, whatever. I was like, I was telling them I admire you, that you have the courage to let go of your ego and just upload your pain about you, and be vulnerable with strangers and upload yourself like that. And I wish you the best. And I gave them, like, this is something funny I noticed, this is something interesting, yada yada, unique, just a unique, you know. I would give them an essay, like a psychological, philosophical analysis about them, and I would feel kind of cringe writing these, and then I'd wake up and I'd get the notification that they replied, like, you made my day, you're literally an angel, stuff like that. You know, it made me feel really good, because I was also considering starting my channel around that time, and I really like that side of YouTube, and I really wanted to attract the wholesome people. I just wanted to make someone else feel good, someone who started, because I wanted to see myself in that role in the future. And I was just like sitting there, and it sounds really lame, but most of the people who inspired me to start were actually women, because they're so expressive and they allow themselves to be vulnerable. Dudes are not not so much. We're not allowed to show any emotion. We're not allowed to complain. The girlies, they have, not only are they more watchable. Why am I not starting? They get more eyeballs because of the I click for the thumbnail and I stay for the content type shit. And the boys are, you have to actually talk about the boy side of YouTube. Is this is how to do shit, or this is why, and be fucking imparting wisdom like a old raven. I haven't seen Wholesome YouTube since 2015. Well, it was, I think the last time I saw Wholesome with a W, Wholesome YouTube, was 2010 or 2012. And ever since then it's been pretty wholesome without the W. Man, back in the day I was watching some, like, I'm actually regretting the YouTubers I was watching in 2007, 2009. Because they were, as a, you know, growing up as a teenager without like direction, you end up on channels that are mostly dudes with really strong opinions, and these dudes tend to be dark triad dudes, and they tend to be very cultish, and they tend to be very devoid of emotion and hyper logical. Like, they'll separate emotion from the logic, and they'll come to these grim conclusions, and they'll just fill your head with all kinds of weird shit. It was like Onision mostly. He was a very interesting dude. He still makes videos. I can't believe that this dude, and he hasn't aged a day in 20 years, which is super funny. This dude is some kind of narcissistic Chad. Like, his history with women is insane. I think his strategy was basically find some crazy goofy bitch and then just, I don't know, maybe did it instinctively, but I'm not sure. That's the kind of feeling I was getting, that he might have been preying on women who are crazy, and then he would just, it wasn't even gaslighting, he would just use their craziness against them to stay on top. And that's your typical manipulative behavior. And then he would just upload their craziness online as proof that they're crazy and that he's the victim. That's the kind of stuff. But before that, before he went absolutely bananas with the banana video, he was he did give some logical advice that was kind of, and that's the creepiest thing I saw. I was rewatching some of his old videos, and where he claimed to be vegan and all that thing about not refusing getting booted out of the military because he refused to kill a rabbit or something. And then I'm thinking, man, how logical is it that if you want to fool people into thinking you're a good person, that you would tell them that you're a vegan? And now I'm suspicious of vegans. I think they're, so some of them might be like using that to look good, and especially like really religious people, really good people, like that guy. Who was that pseudo doctor guy, the chiropractor? The Berg guy. what was his name? The Scientologist guy who makes he actually his videos on medicine and on the body are factually correct, but the guy is fucking weird. Yeah, that guy. I looked, there's this thing with his son, that his son basically doxed, his son came out and talked about the Church of Scientology. I think he was a Scientologist, unless he was a Mormon. I think he was a Scientologist, and about what he's actually like. Because when you have a health problem and you click on his video and he's smiling and you get this feeling like, this nice white man will be helping me with my problems. And then something inside me was like, am I being deceived? He's too nice, he's too good to be true. And then I look up Eric Berg controversy, and bam. And boy, was I not surprised. So I just kind of naturally distrust, like, especially someone who pretends to be really interested in you, but doesn't provide any feedback themselves. Feels like they're just getting information on you to use on you later, to just destroy you, because they're demons and they like watching you suffer. They extract that loosh or whatever it was called. Yeah, man. Plenty of interesting YouTubers. There was another Berg guy, I think, who's also a chiropractor, who is actually a wholesome, if you're into the medicine thing and the alternative medicine. I forgot his name though. I'll have to look him up. Let me look him up on my other thing real quick. Bergman, I think he was. Bergman. John Bergman. Dr. John Bergman. Type it. This guy's really good. He's very wholesome. This guy is like, I remember watching him during a tough period in my life, and he was giving a lot of good advice on probiotics, prebiotics, how to make your own shit, how much spinal alignment matters for your nervous system, yada yada. I don't know if I buy the spine alignment quackery, but the rest of his stuff, the research he does, he goes into detail into the research, like he reads the latest research on a topic, he has explanations for weird conditions, and just all that. Yeah. Pretty good on the temps. There was also another guy that I really like when it comes to the health stuff, but I don't know if you guys are interested in any of that shit. You guys are not that old. There's a lot of just plain. If I see one of those videos that's got the AI narrator and fucking PowerPoint, I won't watch it. If it's health related, I'll only watch Even though John Bergman is not a doctor. If I got a problem, I'll watch Certified. I think they have a thing now where on YouTube where you can check, like they get verified or something, if they're a legitimate medical professional. Like, so you know that it's not a meme chiropractor. To get some ideas on what to be yapping about. I don't know why you guys are still watching, man. It's 2:30 in West Europe, which means it's what, like 8:30? Is it 8:30 on the East Coast? And then like 5:30ish on the West. Yep. Wow, I'm good at math. Only took me 10 seconds to subtract numbers. That's what the illness does to you. Yep. I ran out of ideas to yap about. I have to get something current to talk about. Oh, come on. I keep forgetting to refuel. Might doing really well today. Oh. That's gonna work. Anyways, it's good. Yeah, it's kinda especially as someone who lives like a video game character, like stuck inside a tiny living area with just a bed and a desk and a computer. It's kinda insane that I haven't completely lost my sanity. If people were in my shoes, if you put the average normal person in my shoes and gave them that lifestyle, man, and I've been living this lifestyle for 10 years, they would go insane. I can still talk to people and I'm not super awkward. I can still function. I'm just a little. Oh. The thing that would get me is new things come out every single day, and like basic things like my phone's old. I don't know how certain apps work. When I go to stores, I don't pay with my card. I pay with cash. I do weird shit like that. I only pay cash. I don't use self-checkout. I'll actually wait in line. Weird shit like that. I just won't try new things. Like sometimes I feel like I might be autistic, even though I know I'm not. I've done the test. I've done the meme online tests. Not even close. But I'll always seem to do this cyclical shit. Like I'll go to the store 1 or 2 weeks in a row and I'll just buy the exact same. I'll like something and I'll go and I'll buy the exact same thing 2 weeks in a row. I don't know if that's normal. I don't have a wallet. I do have a wallet, but I don't use it. I just put, because this is a stupid paranoid habit I have. I don't carry everything in the wallet because it's a single point of failure. I'll just put my ID and I'll put whatever else, cards in one pocket, I'll put the cash in another, and I'll put change in the third, phone in the fourth, keys in my back pocket. Everything is like separate. No wallets. Fuck, man. Well, yes, I am sleep deprived. What gave it away? The fact that I'll probably have to emergency refuel 5 times before I get to the next station. Goofy moment. Sometimes I'm too lazy to look up. Like when I had the sinusitis, I didn't even know what kind of pills to take for it to clear up faster. I didn't know that there was medicine that. And then I took some and it dehydrated my whole fucking skull. You ever played that old truck simulator for the 2018 wheels? Actually, no. No. I played European Truck Simulator, but that gets super boring. Like the routes are, because Europe is kind of long and narrow, so you get, and when you get to the Balkans, it's awful with all the mountains and the narrow paths and the narrow roads. And then the only places worth going to are like anywhere, the best roads actually, because every other road outside of Germany, Poland, which is super flat, so Poland, Germany, maybe France, anything outside of that is just awful in that game. Whereas in ATS, as you can see, the roads are just nice. It's a big country. It's twice the size of the EU, I think. Alright, maybe I won't have to refuel 5 seconds away from the gas station. Oh, it's on the other side, isn't it? Ah, man. Yeah, I think you know, I'm gonna set myself a goal to have desktop audio enabled next time, and I'm gonna do some reaction streams Saturday next weekend. See how that works out. Unless someone reported me for being a chud, and I get banned. Your trucks are easier to maneuver since they don't have a nose. Yeah. Pretty, that's the first thing I noticed in ATS is the trucks are freaking massive, bruv. And as just like a typical European, I'm using the metric system. I have everything in kilometers and liters. Miles just confuse my brain. I know about gallons, I know about ounces, I know about inches. Miles per hour when converted to kilometers is a bit doesn't make much sense. You guys should be measuring lengths in bald eagle wingspans and or buses, school buses, and the British Should measure liquids in queen's mouthfuls. That would be pretty funny. Big face. They do be getting smaller though, aren't they? I saw it in a meme, so it must be true. That the size is decreasing. What was it called? There was a word for that. When you go to the store and the items keep getting smaller and smaller, and you end up paying more and more. Shrinkflation. Yeah, that's the thing. Mad. Is that why? I think I saw. Was it Taco Bell? No, it wasn't Taco Bell. It was Mexican something. Which company? Which Mexican company? Which Mexican food company took a huge hit in the stock prices, and then also Starbucks because of this issue? I think. I forgot which company it was. It was pretty big. I just saw it like a few weeks ago. People were complaining that they no longer put in effort into the sizes, into the portion sizes, and they keep asking for more and more money. And people just stop buying this shit. Just look it up real quick. What's it called? For Fortune 500 top losers. What was it? Fortune 500. I'm a fucking reader. S&P 500 top losers. Oh. No, I'm not gonna find it. I forgot what it was. It was on. It was pretty funny. Okay. So the biggest losers are not losing that much nowadays, but it was $100. Rising operational costs and slowing consumer spending. It was a Mexican food restaurant chain, but I forgot the name of it. Yeah, it was Chipotle Mexican Grill. With the stock failing due to slowing traffic, economic pressures on younger, lower income consumers, and lowered forecasts. Significant signs of slowing customer traffic among younger demographics and general economic pressures. Yeah. 25 slumps 25% in a month. That was in November. Zoomers don't want to be buying the slop anymore. That's funny. We got no jobs. We don't have jobs to buy your slop. Lots of brand relevance. Lower and middle income households have reduced restaurant visits, choosing food at home options to stretch budgets. People be getting poor. Yeah, that's what it is. This impacted you more than some peers because it over-indexes to younger guests who currently face higher unemployment and resumed student loan payments. Another factor is the intensifying value-focused promotional environment. While many chains pursued aggressive discounts, Chipotle reiterated that deep discounting is not part of its long-term strategy, preferring to maintain product quality and protect brand equity. However, that approach has required the company to be more precise in communicating the value of its offering. Customer feedback data. Yeah, they were like, nah, we're not gonna discount the slop. Also, you're not gonna get any jobs. That's what it is. Never go to restaurants. Yeah, same. You just get scammed. I mean, shit. If I had trillions, I would probably go. But as a poor person, it's just a scam. Should be reserved. Should be a nice place, and it should be for certain specific, like, special occasions. And like not overpaying for slop, but actually buying some good, like a good steak. Some quality animal products. None of that slop. But yeah, so I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I think I'm wrap it up in 3 or 4 minutes. This video is 4 hours long. I'm gonna add the timestamps. And next weekend is gonna be I'm gonna, like how I went from an alcohol channel to a loserdom channel to streaming, then video gaming, then politics. I think I've talked about every topic: AI, politics, economy. And next weekend I'm gonna do reviews. see what sticks, because you know I can't come up with too many video ideas. Most of the stuff that I come up with when it comes to video ideas is probably gonna be either reaction stuff or philosophical yapping. It's gonna be just the goofiness inside my head, and the streaming is gonna be the the review shit, because I don't think people are gonna watch the. No one cares about me and my perspective. You know, only the people who watch the streams care about my perspective, because they already fans. But the video watchers, I want them to be new almost. I want them to be new subscribers. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna grow the channel. Oh man, I'm so gonna get fucking deplatformed. But you know what, man, you know what, it is what it is. I'll just do something else. Maybe it'll be like a wake-up call to get a job. Sometimes yeah, you have to walk on the edge. But yeah, let me save this and then Alt F4. Are my subs growing? Oh, let me show you. I actually lost 2 subscribers. Last I checked. So yeah, you can see the streams. The streams are like, I've been losing every single time I do a stream. I lose like 2, 6, 5, 6, 10, 13 subs. And November's been a positive growth. I mean, you can see I gained 30 subs. Yes, they're growing. Last time I checked, I was at 1150, so pretty good growth. And streams will do that. They will piss people off. Yeah. Some, and I just, you know what? I just decided to. You can see. After my last stream, this is when I disappeared, and the views, you can see I was barely getting 100 views a day. And once I get a bump in activity, once I do a stream, things will kind of pick up again. But you know, consistency, like showing up, I think, is what matters most. And people who like it, they're just gonna like it. So I'm not too worried about that. It's more about, I still struggle with just letting go. I was monetized. I don't know if YouTube shows ads on my stuff, but I still need like 850 hours, watch time hours to get fully monetized and then start making pennies. But there's time. I'm definitely getting monetized next year, unless YouTube decides to deplatform me for politics content. But yeah, this is my stuff. My stuff is pretty much remained stable in terms of views. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching, fellas, and thank you for all the comments and for taking time out of your day to watch my goofy shit. And I'll see you next Saturday and Sunday, I hope. Good night.